Very interesting. There it goes. Okay, so this here is Black Desert Online, which took a bit to open, just a tad. Just a skosh. Probably help actually if I close the web browser that I had to open to get that to play nice. And don't have, you know, absurd resource sucking going on. Oh, and then the game crashed. Okay. Hang on. Let me do a couple things. And try this an 8th time. That'll be the charm. Lucky for me, nobody's watching it. And I can wallow in technical difficulties all I want without any care in the world. I'll just cut all this in the archives and no one will know. Okay. Take 8, give or take. There we go. So now actually I'll just like open this properly and have it appear on screen and everything. If anybody is watching and not commenting, I am sorry that you're looking at us dead air for so long. The next few things will be nice and quick loading, I promise. Well, I don't promise, but, you know, I feel confident. And that's just as good, right? So I mentioned this before, I think, but I grew up with a Mac. On a Mac, if you open something, it will appear in the dock, which is like the equivalent to the taskbar in Windows and the whatever Linux things call it. It'll show up there instantly. If it's loading stuff in the background and hasn't opened any windows yet, it'll still be down there. You will know that it is open. You will know that you didn't like have it crash instantly as soon as you hit the launcher for it. Yeah, I'll get that later. Okay, so I hit this button right here, and cross my fingers. And you should see something. In a moment here. Please actually open. You did it once. It was slow, but you did it. I believe in you. Okay, okay. Hang on. Do we got something? Okay. Finally. That only took, what, 20 minutes? We got the 16 Peggy drugs. Okay. So this is Black Desert Online, and it didn't take me forever to get this going. What are you talking about? It's one of them, their MMOs. I don't really know anything about it besides the fact that, like, it was kind of famous when it came out for having a really elaborate character creation system, which we'll hopefully get to see. It may be set in a desert. That desert may be black. I'm not really sure. That sounds good. Okay. So we got some classes here, it seems. We have Cowboy Times. But that was an interesting pop-in. And so was that. Any other clothes you want to take off or put on real quick there, Cowboy Girl? For the other classes? I miss these sort of things. This used to be more of a thing. We have, okay, Sword Guy. It's a class. We got a lot of, like, head ornamentation going on there, I see. It's apparently a fighter mage type. Okay. A few of these, perhaps. Archery. Yeah, okay. Very sparkly. So, apparently this is one of those, like, gender and class are linked sort of games. Good old barbarian. This is called Alchemist, I see. With the hammer, of course. Dragoon. Do. And pure caster type, I'm guessing. You're a paladin. Were you fully loaded before? Some kind of extendo sword pirate person, okay. You know, like, these little class descriptions don't really give you much feel for what's what. Oh, there's way more of these than I thought there were too. Let's speed around. Zangief? Yu-Gi-Oh player? assume pet class from name. Stupid giant boomerang. Let's say fisticuffs, I'm guessing. Wait, this stays scrolled down if I scroll down for one of those. Sword and bow. Anything on high? Yaijutsu. Why is this very punchy class called Mystic? I'm not sure. Sword and board type. Taki from Soul Calibur. As a dude. Ridiculous outfit. Oh, just straight up wizard, okay. Yeah, straight up wizard. That and everything. Also straightforward. Why do all these like shy and Megu and then it's suddenly like wizard, archer? Fan full of butterflies, the class apparently. I'm not even talking to you. You blew your opener. An additional person with sword who is possibly me. In the interest of, like, I don't want to think, where was that Ignim Barbarian class? Okay. That's my speed for the evening, I think. So now for this allegedly really a lot character customization system that this is so known for. Let's see. You gonna... Okay, why is laughing the default for... That's much more informative. Okay, that's like some more embarrassing. There we go. I'll take that. Let's see what else we got here. Uses various armor stats, apparently. This one does. Okay. So I believe here, are you gonna like... Oh, okay. That's not like set up a ridiculous little default look thing. Got it. Okay, fine. Okay, here's what we want. Okay. Okay. What is this UI? Okay, so none of that is doing anything. Height, yes. Body shape. Yes. Have abs. Have arm abs. Yes, muscle equals yes. Sure. Okay. Those are fine. Make them purple. What? Oh wait, is this just letting me? It sure is. Okay. Let's see. Bend down. Be an airplane. There you go. And your arms go way back. Yeah, like that. Okay. And then look up. Okay. Or don't. I don't care. Okay. Face. Let's see. Nah. Skin, yes. Not sure what oh! Okay, that's what I'm customizing. Got it. So I can make this like one part of your eye socket. Ah! Okay. These don't seem to, like, affect enough. Okay, get snarly. There you go. I can make the nose slightly crooked. Okay. Can I make the forehead big? Not especially. Okay, so like lots of points of like control, but like not a lot to do with them. These are coward sliders. What these are. Wait, what is this? Oh, this is like how shiny you want your eyes. Okay. Do you want to have a little A in there? Oh. Wait, this is specifically the color of, like, your actual pupil. Why is that even an option? Oh. Okay. Okay, sure. Let's see. Then last bit of eye makeup and whatnot. Oh, potential wrinkles. Okay, I'm not gonna hate the warning. It's fine. It's an odd one. The hair is like a separate whole thing, isn't it? I believe hair also has like, yeah, this little thing going on. sure if that's even controlling. Not a lot of like control points on this particular hairstyle, are there? There's one that's got something to work with. There we go. Okay. Now let's hello? What are these attached to? Oh, okay. I got that one little wispy bit. Be less stationary hair. I want to mess you up. Okay, well that played nice with these random points of hair articulation. That are all buried into the giant shoulder pads. Okay, like again, there's a lot of like very subtle things I can do. But, like, not much that matters. Oh well. Oh wait, hang on. Oh, you're gonna give me like curliness sliders, and I'm not doing anything with them. Okay, okay. Sure. I have no idea what this does. But let's go with giant, because big barbarian. Okay. And now... Oh wait, hang on. What do we got in here? Oh, we got some descriptions that are covered up by this stuff. I can't change my family name from Adventurer CB93. There's 5 other. That's interesting. It's very interesting. Let's see. Can I have the name Scalina? Okay, I can. Scalina Adventures became 985. And okay, these do something, and it's under here. I don't really care. It's fine. Sure. There you go. Permanent sneer. Okay. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. Okay, you take the things, and you add the things, and you get the stuff. I like this little loading bar of someone fleeing some little red-eyed monster thing. Bottom there. You can get him, red-eyed monster thing. I believe in you. Yeah, I've seen like lots of videos of that character creator and all the like posing her little doll and like, you know, getting really, really finely detailed. But I didn't realize that like you can only get really finely detailed. The broad strokes are very set in stone. And apparently, like, all the classes are gender locked, which is interesting. Mostly do girl, that. I feel like at a certain point, like, people just decided, like, boys don't play RPGs, honestly, so let's not even account for them. They just play their little shooty games. This is a lot of loading. In a black void. My fan's wearing. So what's weird is, at least when using the Steam version of this, apparently just like relies on Steam for all security, because like I didn't have to make an account password or anything. Which I was expecting, which is part of why I was like screen off for so long.
Are you awake?
Yeah, it wasn't that long to load, but you know, I was pushing it. Okay, I see the desert part, but not the black.
Was it a nightmare? You even cried out.
I see my animations haven't loaded in yet.
How are you feeling? We must be on our way. We made it this far, thanks to you. You're the first person to cross this black desert with me.
Again, it's not very black.
Let's press onward.
Also,
We're
like,
almost there.
the pop-in is real in this thing. Okay, can I walk or am I
We
just gonna float?
stand on the sands of the Black Desert,
Oh, there we go.
called such for the long-buried black stones, whose supreme
okay.
power has captured the attention of many nations. Endless war has painted the dunes with blood. So some know it as the Red Desert instead.
I mean, it's objectively yellow, is all I'm
Our
saying.
destination. Let's hurry.
So I'm assuming I'm not gonna
That's
always...
Etor's
Okay, wait, what am I wearing?
Let's have a closer look.
Okay, well now I can actually move at speed. Unless I'm going backwards, then screw you. Oh, now you're moving, okay. Okay. Stances in fighting and not fighting. Got it. Oh, there's a jump button. It's kind of a weird jump. Oh, okay, I'm being given permission to go here myself.
Blood. The Traveler of Ages shall awaken the slumbering heart with their blood. Let us perform the ritual. The knife.
I forgot if I made my face just stuck
What
like
is
that.
happening?
Heir of Ages, your journey ends here.
Okay, we have like actually active combat.
Elezra,
Nope.
you even brought a mercenary. Are you so desperate to
Mouse was out of
sin?
focus for a moment there.
I will not let their tired traditions tie me down. Don't worry about my safety. Unleash your power upon them.
Is my power just left clicking a lot?
Mistress Guardian.
Foolish mortals. You're not hurt, are you? I admire you.
Fight took like 2
resilience.
seconds.
Let's sacrifice them to awaken the giant.
Sure?
Now, bring their hearts and
I'm sorry, I think tutorially we may not be on level.
impossible. It's moving on its own. It's awake. The colossal weapon of the ancient kingdom of Kabua, the Ator. That giant is the key to the ancient ruins.
And this is better than just like, here, go into the basement and kill 5 rats for me. Oh, sacrifice this like army of goons to summon a giant
We
robot.
must go
Like,
after it.
yeah, okay.
Before it finds the heart. The ancient ruins of Histria lie somewhere deep below this desert. There, we'll find the power we seek.
Oh, that kind of
A power so
No, thank
pure
you.
and potent, enough to put the black stones to shame. With such power, we can
So why are
achieve
you
what we both desire.
showing me my own keyboard.
It's been a while. Ator, take me to Histria. Why is it not responding? Could this be another of that fossil Cartian's tricks?
Also, like, when I was messing with sliders and character
What's the
creation,
matter?
I didn't realize that I was making my legs that
Could
shiny.
it be? This voice. Do you hear it?
And like,
Then, come closer.
maybe a little overly defined muscle-wise. Like, those are some weird-looking thighs. Is all I'm saying. So I wonder if every class like summons a giant robot, or is that just like Barbarian Girls intro specifically? Also, hello. That is an incredibly jarring transition. You can't cut directly from half-naked barbarian in the desert to school kids. Like, what are you doing?
Finally, we've arrived at Histria. We'll have to part ways soon. Too soon, sadly.
I keep keeping that face out of view just long enough for me to forget what I did.
Once I hold the hidden artifact, your mission will see its end. Seems they won't make it easy. Protect me.
So I do appreciate this has very, like, action-y combat, but, like...
I'm glad to have you by my side.
You can't pause that often if you don't understand how it flows.
Let's press on. Through that door, to our final destination. The ancient weapons will likely rise to its defense.
Also, someday I will realize, if I set height to maximum, my head will probably crop down to cutscenes.
This is my final request. I pray that you return to me unscathed.
How about this? I'm gonna, like, hit a bunch of random buttons and see what happens. Also, like, I appreciate the handy tool tips for, like, what my attack options are, but, like, maybe have that off to the side. Same with the giant keyboard. Like, I know this isn't MMO, there's certain traditions about having, like, terrible UI clutter, but, like, very distracting. As is this outfit that I'm starting with.
No? Good. I was worried. Worried that my precious key might get damaged.
I can't believe the person who wanted me to sacrifice so much people to wake up a giant robot is maybe evil.
But when you too heard that voice, it all made sense. When Cartian spoke of the key,
oh yeah, the fishing logs.
She wasn't referring to her king. The key was you.
Am I gonna get turned into a dog statue?
Black spirits. Come to me and begin your journey anew. With this power, darkness will consume.
Again, though, I do think some credit for, like, having an intro with some actual, like, stakes to it.
Although, I do wonder why you held such power. Alas, that story will never be told. Thank you for all you've done. Farewell.
I'm gonna get Navi here. I guess in the area, sure. So this in fact is a friend with the glowing red eyes. Okay. I misinterpreted that apparently. Also, these load screens are hideous. Don't just show me a big ad. Show me, like, you know, concept art for an area like everybody else does. Or something original. Maybe some tips that aren't, like, right here in the center of the screen while I'm trying to play. Also, I do appreciate how inscrutable this is to a new player. Now you can upgrade your Pen 5 to a, like, Kev 7. Like, oh. Okay. It's good to know. Loading. This is after the loading screen, and before everything pops in awkwardly. Again, like, if I'd known that this is what was going to happen when I cranked that leg slider, I probably still would have done it. But it's distressing. Who's even talking? Well, that includes me, the player. Your standard plus log. Also, I feel like I should, like, have a controller with this constant, like, hit R to advance thing. Let's see. No? No? You just want me to hit R? Okay. Yeah, we're not done. Okay. We are out of the weird zone. And I have a new ridiculous outfit. And, okay, oh no, it's raining, so my lights are even shinier. What? Okay. Also, what is this flag that this person's holding? Like, what? What is that? Why is that? That's very strange standard you're bearing. Anyone else feeling catty? It's weird the conversations like have their little like conversation dimension. And aren't like framed up nicely in that. Ah, the just go to the place button is the thing I see. So aside from like why are my legs this shiny, not bad graphically as MMOs go. See, we're doing the like range opting the camera thing. That's interesting. Yeah. Hello, I'm assuming you're a monster of some kind. Okay, what are they doing here? Oh, okay. I guess when in Rome, like, slaughter children. I do appreciate the like action combat though. Alright, I had a quest here. Oh, I'm trying to be out of combat stance for that. Okay. Uh-huh. It's really concerned with like telling me how people are leveling up their like crafter skills. I guess I go back and report to a person thing. But what is this path? Why is it so not straight? Excuse me, sir. Thank you. Excuse me. Nice to see monsters have collision, though. That's rare in this sort of thing. I've never liked the whole MMO thing of, like, here's a bunch of, like, monsters just kind of standing around in the field. You feel like hitting a thing. Just walk up and smack one of them. Someone's talking about acronyms in the chat there, I see. There's my horrible face. There it is. Why was I coming here?
You're the 79th person to pass here today. Not many people come here. You're not a bandit, are you? There's the Western Guard camp in the north.
What? Do I have another destination now? Or if I hit T and I don't have like a quest marker, I just go. Okay, so I have like a okay. Yeah, I was kind of trying to like get a quest log thing going up. That's not especially helpful. Okay, Q is the take a knee button. Can I crawl around? Yes, I can. Very, very awkwardly. Okay, so that's for stealth purposes, I suppose. Also, I appreciate the hotkey help over just an image of the entire keyboard. That's very handy. Okay, okay. Hey, little, like, spooky fairy thing. This book you gave me is full of ads. So, like, I think I have something approaching a quest. I'm gonna follow these errors and see what happens if I do that. In theory, this is guiding me towards some kind of, like, starting quest NPC somewhere. Nice, cute little foxes. Wait, what was that? Oh. Okay. There's just some other player, I believe. Also talking to matters. Is this a town? There's that weird banner again. Maybe. I don't know, I guess I'm gonna investigate a stone chamber though, because that's all the other kids are doing. I don't know why talking to people is so weird in this, but it is. It's like designed for deep conversation trees. Then there aren't any so far. And also this like very controllery UI. I can't really switch into much like, you know, turning one on. Okay. Yeah, who would wear something as ridiculous as like these fancy robes and not whatever the hell this is? Still not sure if I'm actually supposed to be in here or not. That's the end of the road, I guess. Oh, no. I guess I'm supposed to have some kind of like quest to come in here, but I'm not actually on that quest. I'm going to open my quest log, but I haven't figured out how to do that, so. It's not J. Nor is it I. Think. Oh wait, okay. What do I do to like get a mouse so I can click things? Well, it's not tab, certainly. Like, we have this open. Okay, okay. This is somewhat workable. Okay. Okay, this is some premium BS. Got it, got it. Oh, okay. So I wasn't supposed to talk to somebody at the start, but like, UI weird. And there's this giant arrow. Or this giant arrow is north, and I am just getting myself into trouble. But all the stops were like, you know, graphical stuff in the distance, with the focus changing and whatnot. Okay. Here is something. Ah.
Hey there, son. Take some corn with you.
Mm-hmm.
My son's at Western Camp.
Further odd UI
Always
stuff.
worried about him.
Is this me talking to various people? Okay. Sorry, what? Mm-hmm.
You would have seen the nasty wolves and imps on the way here.
Okay, something approaching an actual goal. But like, just the basics of like, talk to NPCs, do starting quests are kind of inscrutable here. Oh no, I became less strong by waving to a guy, it looked like. Every time I see that little scally face. Oh, I have a place to actually go, apparently. It's like... There seems to be some interesting ideas here, but it needs, perhaps a proper manual, and perhaps somebody to localize that into English who speaks it as their primary language. And apparently in the Flemmy Hills, so that's something. I mean, we were in a desert for like a hot minute, and then this is very much not a desert. Just saying. There's that popping again. I can go faster. Is there like a stamina bar for that or something? Because I'm not seeing it. I just smack into the unloaded NPC I'm apparently here to talk to. Like... And then the game kind of pauses awkwardly. It is maybe frozen. Nope.
Santo is anchoring. I must hurry. Here.
Just awkwardly running a cutscene, I guess.
Hey, are you kidding me with this right now? Huh?
I'll do it again.
Why are we copying that frame?
You need workers or what? You'll have to go through me first if you're planning on causing trouble here.
Okay. Okay.
Bahar's ruining the village by connecting with a city.
Now, right mouse button on the shining area on the right. What the hell are you talking about? Are you talking about this? Okay. So apparently I had to find some other quest. And still haven't actually taken the start of the game one. I like all this collision though. Just backing into people. Genuinely rare with this sort of thing. Also this cinematic focus thing where it'll suddenly notice a piece of grass in the foreground and my character gets all blurry is interesting. I feel like I've seen enough of this to make judges, but I also haven't started the tutorial intro quest yet, and that feels like something I should at least try to do. It's just proving slightly difficult because this UI is baffling. And like there was the combat tutorial really early on, which was like, okay, here's like 5 moves you got. It's like, okay, I clicked one of them, and then like everything died. Could you maybe explain, you know, why I want to Beast Demolisher versus Mutilation 1? Just the thought. Or like if I could properly find some menus to poke at. Maybe like tell me what I have to hit as far as keys go to like free up my mouse from looking around so I can click on things on the sides of the screen. That might help. Oh, yeah, that's an option. You want me to like point the camera where I'm going, huh? Well, well no, because it's like now I'm stuck in useful mouse mode. Never mind. Okay, are you the guy?
I see you're awake. Nice to meet you.
Okay.
It's Eden. I'm a ruins excavator.
Chat RW.
Huh? You've forgotten who you are and where you came from.
We started
By
the
all
intro
outward
quest.
appearances, You look well
That
enough.
took me a shocking amount of time.
We found you with that Ator's heart we excavated yesterday. At first, we mistook you for a mummy. What in the world happened?
Worker, come hither. Haven't you heard time as Blackstones? Sir Jordine is a tough as patient as I.
The eminent Lord Jordine must be as quick as a choppy on a full moon. Now, I would love to hear your story, but it seems like it will have to wait. I was hired to excavate the ruins down below. Since the princess's prodding eyes are upon us, let's continue our conversation there.
Oh yeah, the place that I accidentally like auto ran to because okay. So now I have some understanding what I'm actually doing, which does still seem to involve this. Wait, is control the get mouse free thing? Okay, okay. Oh, okay, I think I understand. This quest log is a mess. Just everything in there, not just stuff like you've accepted or anything. Okay, okay. There we go.
Oh, you scared the daylights out of me. Are you new here? Who said you could rub your mitts on this without Lady Jarrett's permission? Huh? What is this nonsense? When did you start working here? How do you not know this already?
Yeah, it does feel like, yeah, this is something like letterbox in some
Comes
way.
up, shall we have a nice little chat by the loo? Who's your supervisor? We can bring him along to get an earful as well. It's Wilson, isn't it? I swear he's left his brain on a deserted island somewhere. How does he?
Also, I was like praising this before for like having an intro where like
Well, Sam,
important stuff is happening, but then you lose your memory and get dumped in like,
I am a generous
you know,
person.
Sucktown
My
to.
comments shall teach you all you need to know.
talk to miners and goblins
cold
and
in a
goblin
coat.
miners.
It's absolutely dangerous. So do not touch it.
Also, I've seen other games of this nature that do the whole just take me to the
stench.
thing button,
Dare
and
you
like
stand so close? You... What? The way down to the ruins.
I feel like when you just have the walk to quest objective button, like something has been lost.
Now even these peons. Mills!
Also, you're wiggling around a lot. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. Why are you like dancing?
Do you know how hard I worked to make this excavation happen? Need I have you all discharged to be taken seriously?
I shall gladly take whatever punishment you feel is adequate once we return. But my lady, I beseech you to withhold your anger for just a moment. How dare you stand in the way of Lady Jarette of Serendia? If we were not out in the field, you would have been severely punished. What would compel you to ask such an obvious thing? Did Eden originally hire you on as a mercenary?
I'm just standing here.
Do you not know the ancient chamber excavation site is directly under the command of Lady Jarette? We told Eden how important this site is, yet he dares to bring in someone so wet behind the ears. He's making it quite hard to trust him as a leader. We'll be lucky if we find anything at all before the deadline.
Eden was handpicked by our eminent Sir Jordine. Do you doubt the Grand Chamberlain of Serendia's shrewdness?
I sincerely apologize, my lady. That was not what I meant when I said those words.
I shall punish you for your suspicions in time. For now, just concern yourself with how
Some
to restore...
conversations are just like too weirdly intense.
Yes, I shall give this new recruit a fitting task. Fortune truly favors you. Follow me. Ruins excavation starts with picking up a pickaxe. Break the stones around that ruin and fill the cart. It's a simple task, so go to the soldier below once you are done. But, I will say this once, overconfidence is a fool's folly.
Okay, so you want me to hit a rock with the thing is what I'm getting, and I keep my face like this. But like this whole UI is so like controller-y, but I can't use a controller. It's very weird. I guess I don't think I can.
Oh, Eden's strong new recruit finally arrived, I see. Now tell us, how did you get locked in the sights of that spoiled lady?
Also, this really likes its shiny, shiny metal.
Oh, never mind. You didn't hear me say a thing. Anyways, seems like you know how to handle yourself.
I really
Follow
don't,
me.
honestly. I was kind of befuddled by the attempted combat tutorial.
Do you see those hungry wolves stalking about in the grass? The horses
Okay.
won't budge thanks to that scary lot. Sir Roig may appear like he's not watching, but he sees all. So this is the time to show your stuff, my friend.
So you want me to, like, kill defenseless dogs, what you're saying? This is weirdly common with, like, games in general.
Weren't you an excavator? I thought you'd get eaten alive. but it seems you've some use.
Pick a hair
you
color.
access to the ancient stone chamber. Go and help Eden finish up with the excavation.
Okay, so now I'm going to where I'm, like, where I already went. But now I'm supposed to. I do really like this auto run, just, like, smacking me into people and it goes thunk. Okay.
You're practically drooling over those relics. Does a visit to places such as this make your heart skip a beat as well?
What? Where are you looking?
Oh, so you're the living relic Eden discovered. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Luffy Bed Mountain, at your service. I'm not sure why no one has ever stumbled upon this stone chamber up until now, but I guess you're some sort of lucky charm, aren't you? It just so happens that the day you awoke was the day we finally cracked the secret of these.
I mostly say it wants me to, like, hit R and escape constantly.
These murals of prophecy have been speculated to have been painted by the ancients. They depict the rise and fall of the Kron Kingdom that was central to
And also,
Balanos.
hello.
Take a closer look. Who knows? You might be standing in front of your own creations, and you've just forgotten about it. A depiction of Noir III of House Bartali, the last king of the Kron Kingdom of Balanos. The enormous crown symbolizes his unchallenged authority. The only thing he feared was death itself. One day, an alchemist from across the desert sought audience with Noir III. My master shall grant you eternal life. If I heard that, my eyes would be big as dinner plates. Eternal life. Quite the thing to crave, especially in a world where many struggle to eke out a full living.
It's so weird to go into this, like, high-res first-person conversation thing, and then, like, people are just doing their idle animations where they're just looking all over the place. It's like... I'm trying to have a conversation with you here, pal. Like, what are you looking over there?
Immortality blinded Noir III, and he took the alchemist's offer. The blood and organs of 100 children and maidens, all offered up as sacrifice to the alchemist. The king's madness swept throughout Balanos as the people's resentment reached the heavens. But Noir III made no effort to stop the ritual to summon the alchemist's master. By the time the king learned the truth, that the alchemist served the evil god Hadum, his concerns had narrowed to the point where he cared not of such things. Fortunately, Elion, Arl, and their believers did not remain idle, and the ritual to bring about Hadum into this world was halted. Though in doing so, the castle was toppled and shattered to pieces. The mighty kingdom of Kron joined the many other kingdoms lost to history. This was barely over 150 years ago. But do you know what's even more amazing? I, at Luffy Bed Mountain, used the latest advancements in archaeological dating to determine exactly when these murals were constructed.
Your quill pen there is in your head a lot, I see. And also that like brazier in the background is visible through your hair. I want to get that looked at.
These stone murals were made not 150 years ago, but much, much further back. However did the ancients peer so far into the future? Ah, right. I've saved the most interesting mural for last. This one depicts a prophecy that's yet come to pass. It's the Breaker of Chains, who freed the vengeful souls sacrificed to summon Hadum to our realm. Yikes, look at the time. Take this information regarding the final mural and bring it to Martha Kean down there, will you? You can't miss her. She's unreasonably tall and wears glasses so big you would mistake her for a frog. Just listen to her speak and you will catch wind of her temper. Eesh, goose flesh just thinking about it.
You got strong opinions about your coworkers. And I've got the key.
My word, is that the final mural? And you are? Like you, the one Eden described as a living relic he found toppled over. My goodness. My name is Martha Kean, an archaeologist by trade. I guess this too is fate. Should we shake hands or something?
Well, apparently I like become less powerful if I do that.
Come quickly!
Well, no time for handshakes. My, is it just me? Or are we seeing some steady developments after your awakening? If everyone worked towards a single goal in harmony, heaven on earth could be achieved. I swear I've seen these writings in an ancient text in Valencia somewhere. An ancient weapon that attacked the ancients. Who could have made such a thing? Is your heart pounding as hard as mine? Every time I make a discovery like this, it's like stealing a swig of light ale stashed away in a Calphionian noble's warehouse.
That's nice. Okay, so I've worked out the basics of controlling this and hit some things, and been horrified by some UI. I think that's a good taste of this, and I can move on to something else. We can say goodbye to... no, I'm trying to get my face in frame. This horrible sneer that I made, which is about all I could do with the wanted character creator for this, which is kind of a shame. I'd heard a lot. Here's a bunch of stuff. Oh, here's an actual character sheet. Looking for that for a while. Breath, strength, and health, you say? Huh. Well, now that I've finally found this, I'm gonna learn a bit more. Oh. Oh, okay. Interesting. It's like there's a lot of stuff going on with this that is interesting. If somewhat very confusing, and like the UI is kind of a mess. But yeah, I think that's a good taste of that one. Yes. That's a heck of a screen. Yeah. Let me out. Permanently used the wrong Oblivion persuasion option. Yeah. Yeah, I was just trying to do that facial slider thing, and it stuck in a weird way. So that was Black Desert Online. A lot more baffling than I would have figured from a, like, I understand fairly popular MMO. I am going to real quick stretch my legs and then jump into something a lot less intimidating looking. Be right back. I'm doing a bit more stretching in general tonight than I usually do, is because I, a couple days ago, was walking around in my living room where the lights were out because the light bulb burned out and I couldn't get a replacement, and I tripped over something and really just like crushed my foot in a bad way, and it's still kind of recovering. But anyway. Oh. Yeah. I mean, I still have the Phantasy Star one. I'll probably bring back rotation at some point, but I figured, variety's nice. Anyway, time for a very, very original looking game that is not imitating anything else at all. We'll hopefully have a less bewildering UI. This is Block Story. Original game, Do Not Steal. I appreciate like 7 dragons, a cat, a dog, and a terrible cubist snowman. Ooh. Okay, we got some daily relic modes, which I like. I'm so put off. Oh, hello. Where'd you come from exactly? So if I were to say... Okay. The wizard has gone away again. I have a feeling that if perhaps I use my finger of doom to crush this tree a bit, I will then be able to, oh, I don't know, hit some button, and perhaps oh, this is the ugliest menu I've seen in quite some time. Can I perhaps? Oh, gee. And I wonder if I were to take some of these and arrange them in a certain way, have more of them. Would this perhaps? Oh wow! Who could have known such a result would occur? Amazing! Oh, there's the wizard. Hello. I think I might be slightly ahead of you, because I've played Minecraft before. Not that this is anything to do with Minecraft. This is a totally original game. Yeah, I did that already. Were you not watching? I did that already. Oh, okay. Oh. I was still ahead of you. I see. I see. Let me get some more. Okay. Good? I already did that one too. It's over here. But I just haven't have my inventory. I think another one to satisfy you. Yeah, I did it already. Take this from the top. This UI is really bad for just being Minecraft. There, now you're 2 of them. Are you happy? these textures are special. So you have some stone. Oh, the like particle versions of the blocks that aren't the actual blocks are really like tripping me up here. Okay, well, oh, you only had 2 stone, right? So let me just grab another one of these. Eventually. Also, it's not Minecraft. See, grass and dirt are separate. Okay. Level 70 wizard, are we good? Okay, you want me to have a sword, got it. Oh wait, right, I have to use my crafting table for this one. Gross UI, gross textures. Okay. Sure. Mm-hmm. This is a weirdly phrased thing. Okay, I will murder spiders and get a dragon, sure. Once it gets dark enough for them to show up, I guess. In the meantime, I'm just gonna, I guess, I don't know, carve a little thing out of this thing. This is a little painful. Having this go so slowly. I wonder if perhaps I can make a pickaxe if I have 3 of these rocks. Just have this funny feeling. That's a possibility. If I say do this, and I drag these all out individually, one by one, apparently. Amazing. Hey, one of those diamonds I can really buy stuff from the shop with. Also, where's my, like, stuff that's not, on the hotbar? I'm assuming I have stuff besides the hotbar. I guess I have to, like, wait for it to get dark to, like, have spiders appear to kill. Well, other things I can spend my diamonds on. maybe like take these torches that I'm making and place them in the world? No, I can't apparently. Okay. That's interesting. Why do I have so many of them then? Also, is a nice looking sword. That's it. This music not bad. There's like a pirate ship out there. That's something. I guess I'm gonna just like continue with this while I wait for it to get dark. Maybe open it up a little bit. There's nothing wrong with royalty-free music. Until you hear it too many times, too many games, then it's a little weird. Like what bugs me is like every RPG maker just uses the default music. I can't live with that. Also, this is still way too slow. Can I like fill in this hole from earlier? Well, sort of. Oh, it's on the wrong thing. I see. Maybe like a precious stone. Also, what is this, like, leaf block? There we go. I don't know, I expect more to happen. Okay, so this totally is a different game from Minecraft because torches just stay in your hands and burn down slowly. Very different. Yeah, could you get dark faster so I can find these spiders I'm supposed to be killing? Paved. Hey, is that another NPC over there? Such ugly everything. Like, it's really kind of impressive how bad this looks. Okay, so if I light this torch, well, this sword, and this here natural cave might have spiders in it. Or just a death drop. That's also a possibility. Oh, is it like gold or something? Some sort of metal, which is going into the mystery inventory. precious coal. Everything's just so ugly. Oh, was that a monster of some kind? I see webs. Webs would suggest the presence of a spider. I see I have a really, like, drastically short effective draw distance. You're over there. Who's that? Just over here. I'll just do it. Be okay. Oh, there's some kind of like fancy beach house I didn't notice that was like right next to me. Hello, Ted. You're kind of short. Is this multiplayer? Am I in somebody else's house? I mean, okay, I guess it's possible, but that would indicate somebody suggested somebody like cared enough to play this game long to make something like that. What a horrible night to have a Ted. So where'd I put my filthy hovel? The one that I was gonna like mark with some torches out front. Oh, here it is. Okay. Like, come from me, Mark. I am Atreyu. Like, give me these spiders I'm supposed to fight. Delicious. Oh. I sink very fast. Let's say delicious world rendering issue where this just has a wall in it. Seriously, monsters, please exist. You do not qualify as a monster, Bambi. Do you love a tutorial that just kind of has this, you know, inherent step of like, I don't know, just stand around for like 10 minutes. Okay, M is for make a mouse pointer appear. It won't go away when you hit M again. Good to know. Okay, again, I don't feel like I've seen a lot of this one yet, but I may have seen enough of this one. Like, why would I play this over Minecraft? Well, if you don't like being able to, you know, place torches down so you can see, like, important areas at night, then this is your game, I guess. And also, if you like really ugly textures on everything. How How fast do you think I drown? I'm just gonna go check out this pirate ship. I do not surf as fast when I'm swimming, do I? You can't really like exist at the surface of the water either. You just kind of hop up and then splash down instantly. Oh, here we go. Okay, so there's not actually any way up onto that. Has it gotten dark yet? Can I fight a spider? If not, I think I'm done. It doesn't have gotten dark. Got this like very bright sky. Very weird moon. Very, very weird and round moon, which feels like it's against the spirit of things. Okay. Well, I think I've seen enough. This is, This is Block Story. It's not at all like Minecraft. Totally different game. Very original. Yes, the fake game that appears for 25 minutes in Law & Order. Seconds, rather. Okay, what else we got? I got some good games on deck tonight, too, just for the record. We'll get to those eventually, I'm sure. One more questionable one, and then I'll pull out something I know is decent, or strongly suspect anyway is decent. This is Bleed 2, which I'm guessing from the big chunk of pixels will like the controller. Why? Why would that be your jump button? Oh, okay. Still a weird jump button. I don't know if they're revealed after all. Worth a comment. Did I miss a second? Did I miss a hint? What is this? What is the katana that she's using? I'm gonna restart this tutorial because apparently I'm missing something very important. Yeah, again, like, leave those up a little bit longer, maybe. Like, you can't have, like, a run-and-gun action game and then, like, dismiss your little tutorial windows by getting any input. I've been getting a lot of stuff, which is so smart. Okay. So I didn't miss something. Oh, it just attacked when I'm close range? Okay. I see. I see. Those bizarre controls, though. I guess you get used to it, but like, yeah. There's a very Newgrounds feel to it too. Beautiful drill goals, those projectiles do way more damage than like magical shooting those. I still feel like just raw stick for direct attack is fine, but like right trigger to jump is so weird. I keep going to A or something. Like, something approaching a sane jump button. Oh, that looks bad in that close-up art. You can use that like bean style art if you're drawing by hand, but it doesn't work with the chunky pixels. I feel like that if you didn't have the weirdest jump button, I'd be okay with this. Yeah, this is definitely very Beautiful Joe inspired right here. Enough so to kind of like slow down things slowly. Very like rub your head pat yourself trying to jump in this though. I'm also trying to like carry feels like it's mostly yeah, just like the attack button, which is right signaling, right? No. Stick. Right here. You know what I mean? Boy, this is weird. I guess this is the boss. Yeah, okay. Weird. Really weird. I guess I'm safe like right here. The design always seems fun, it's just bonkers controls. The graphics are like charming enough, even though they're like little weird places. no different from boss fight. Like. Very muppety. There you go again, like, trying to use stuff like this. Right? Okay, she didn't hear the thing. Why is there a cowboy girl? I get the cowboy. I think we should do like a big, impactful thing like very conventional. You know, like crunchy sound to it to like really sell it, you know? Oh, yeah, nothing is bleeding in this game called bleed. Like, what's this? Interesting. Okay. Should I change my weapons? Is that the problem? You don't do the thing. Okay, yeah, this is getting frustrating. Like, there's a lot of pictures here, but the controls are just too weird for me. Not a really bad game, though. Like, it seems well designed, except for, like, why your controls from Mars. Like, it's, I am rushing through things faster than I was expecting to, but, like, you know, some games I don't need a lot of time with. Also, holy cow, I, like, had a light burnout recently. I just replaced the bulb today, and I've been so used to being in the dark that it's just like, what is it, like 4 p.m.? It's like, oh, no, I just have the light on. Anyway, time for one of the more tested, just people's opinions sort of games of the night. Good. Just popping up on its own. So this is Bomb Rush Cyberfunk. Otherwise known as Jet Radio, honestly, is my understanding. Oddly silent title screen and intro. Also, I don't like how choppy this is looking.
Huh?
Is this just running slow? Let's see. Let's see if that helps things some. Seems to help things some.
Hey! Huh?
Yeah. Yo. Hey, yo. Yo, what?
What's the names?
Ho! Ho! Ho!
Yo. Hey, yo. Yo.
I'm a little confused by that.
Yo, nah. Yo.
I feel like it's just always on skates is odd, but sure.
Yo, what's up? What's up, dog?
So it's worth noting that I never really played Chicken Radio or any of the sequel, or one sequel. So if I simply not know what I'm doing, I don't.
Sig.
I got visual.
So just like rapidly tilt the right stick like crazy for.
Standing by.
That seems is the way to go.
Move out.
I see. The order is, but I see something. It's like good time to stun them and then stun them. What we're doing here? Or vice versa? I'm not quite sure.
Let's go.
It's a bad way to store your records.
Yeah.
Well, that's the end of me.
We only getting started. Yeah, I got the light. He got the light. We got the light. What you know about it? So much light. More light than a spike in your power bill. Or a match when it strike, we devour ill. They don't know how to feel. Their minds crippled into gangbangers. Never saw losers when we game changers.
What's up, dog?
Why is that not a Dreamcast?
Oh, hey!
Mm-mm.
Hmm?
Okay. You'd think that would be the part that you keep, but it's a good look. That's a good look.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, yo.
That's quite the intro.
Hey.
Shine on, young king, with the gleam of a colorful dreamer. Clean by the redeemer. Queens of radiant demeanor. Beams of light, I know you've seen us. Shine bright through the zeitgeist. Banking on jewels at a nice height. Drop a few gems, then ignite mics. Land of the free when it comes with a slight price. You are not nice. Rappers want to battle, not a sweat. Quiet is kept like Naruto's wife. Not a threat, young bet in the play. Mad, brains all trash. The mind is a hey. Never would be damn, better grab a pair of shades. But shine all in your face. I got the light, you got the light switch. Double, we can't stop shining, fam. It's what we do. Paint the sky blue.
Yo!
I was like, a bit, but yeah.
Yo.
Okay, do I have one? Please. Question. That's the inputs, I guess. Okay. Because phones have games on them. Got it. There's this. Less than challenging. Let's move it up too.
Yo, what's up? Yo.
Little skull guy.
Yo. Nah.
So Argon is not the same character I did the intro with. I approve of this plot, honestly.
Let's go. Yo.
Echo Delta have a air dash. Big difference. So I guess there's various like sizes. I can just kind of various things that way. Like, various meals that way. Sounds like being increasingly interesting. Pick it up on this. We'll lead it around here. Ah, okay. Exchange your clothes if you're the beginning.
Too fine, too fine.
Just kind of getting used to the general flow of this, but movement is good. I just like messing with the frequencies now. Okay. Understood. Yeah, I'm digging this. I'm like a little lost in a couple things still, but good music, good movement tech. Nice vibrant art style. There are a couple things that it feels like you expect me to know from the game to say spiritual sequel to. Okay. Almost had it. There's
Yo.
that trigger or bumper inside. I just missed the input as well. quite sure what he's doing at this point. I'm really not sure. Oh, do we need to like not be doing other stuff? Okay, yeah, I was overcomplicating that one significantly. They're just doing casual. Is that good enough for you? Is there like a thing going on? son. The Gansler feels bad. That's fun. Let me use my skateboard. That one that I don't know how yet. I think I have a double jump and I jumped. I am enjoying this quite a bit. I do have other things to get to. I also feel like I don't quite have, like, the serious familiarity that I'm expected to for this particular homage. I need to stretch my leg again. One moment. Is interesting injury I have suffered. Meow. 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 Hi. I think I explained this earlier, but I hurt my foot very badly earlier. And right now, if I sit still too long, it changes fun colors, and that's probably bad. So I'm trying to not sit still that long. Okay, oh, what do you want now? Meow? Okay. Getting a drink? I'm getting treats. What are we getting? Treats? Drink? Treats. Let's see here. We played a game that had good presentation and actiony gameplay. So let's switch to this one. Yeah? Let's also get my cat even more things, apparently. Wow. Hop on up. There you go. He has definitely started shutting off the faucet when he's not getting a drink of water, which is good. I'm not going to complain, but I turn it on more often as a result. Huh. If all things need extra installs. Hopefully this won't take long. Ooh, Microsoft XNA Framework. That's one I don't see too often. Yeah? What? Very, very like slight game. I was not expecting a big install or big post install. Especially because I have run this before, I'm pretty sure. Oh, is this not showing up? One second. Get it capturing, and I suppose restart it. working? That is not working. Okay. What about this? No. Okay. Well then, let me try this again from the top. Meow. Meow. Wow. Now it's working. Okay. Hi. So this is a Breath of Death 7. A lot of you are probably aware of this one. It is from the same developer as Cthulhu Saves the World and has a lot of the same design sensibilities, let's say. So expect kind of bad jokes and full heal pop off at every fight. And what is this ugly font? This ugly almost pixel font, like those M's hurt my eyes. Oh, right, this was originally an XBLA thing. Very well, I'll use the controller. Also pet the head of my cat, who is settling in to pay attention to me and showing me affection time. Yeah, hi. I don't get it. For years, he was not the sort of cat who did this. Now he's always wanting to, like, lick my thumb and stuff. Nap now? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, standard stuff. Okay. Well, too late. I already put the controller, so yeah. Again, like, I really don't like this text. There's any not clear here. Okay, I think, yeah, get more powerful over time. And yeah, then it's just like, you know, classic RPG stuff, except like somebody doesn't like, you know, attrition in combat and wants to just blow through all their MP into like every fight and design the game that way. Which, you know, isn't a terrible idea. I'm just like not the audience for it. A lot of this is hard to look at for me. It's like, this font is the worst part of it to me, honestly. Oh yeah, I am a video games. Oh, this is very, like, Dragon Quest 1-y. And I'm not really a fan of the, like, sprite art either in this. Nice to know, actually. Yeah, so full HP and then some MP. Based on stuff. Like, on the one hand, I'm glad to see someone doing an indie RPG thing, which, first of all, isn't an RPG Maker. And is also trying to make, like, regular combat somewhat engaging. But, like, I don't know. A lot of this just rubs me the wrong way. And I think I'm playing close to the screen, too, or something. Okay, I can't fault this for having characters walk around together in a little line. I'm always a fan of walking around together in a little line. And that's a very on-the-nose homage to scene in Phantasy Star 4. That's the PH. record that. This is an option. Stuff or no? No. Like close enough, I'm just gonna finish being like that. Oh, the run button, that helps so much. Okay, now to buy that weapon. Equip it by hand. That garbage. That was already good, wasn't I? These map graphics like directly stolen from Dragon Quest 1? They might be. level up? There's nothing in this. Often enough. It must be like taking that long. I've been overcompensating a bit. That might be the whole point of the cave. I kind of wish Local Spark plays a common. Like, I don't really have a feel for what each character does, honestly. Just there. And the sexism. Yeah, you can have that. I don't know, like, this does feel like it's from someone who is, like, legitimately a fan of 8-bit RPGs, with these, like, Dragon Quest II big thick mazes and whatnot, but, like, also, the way this works, just matching attack does kind of eventually like top your MP off. So like, if the idea was to discourage that, well, it's kind of a thing anyway. I think Cthulhu Saves the World came after this and is conscious about how that worked out. Flavor text per like grouping. So I'm assuming there's going to be a second town or something. Are these randomly generated? Oh no, that one just always works. Got it. Welcome to 150, but one is less attack, which I guess is bad for the combo meter, but like, if there's a defense staff, I think there might not be actually. One side, eh? third character. Ah. That's weird. We're just gonna keep doing the Resident Evil reference, huh? Well, okay, yes, definitely getting a new character soon. Yeah. Here are some video games that I have played. Here are some video games I have played. I'm gonna go get this third character, I guess. I thought I just at the end. Oh, okay. When did I last save it? Oh, thank you. Okay, yeah, I'm done. So that's a look at Breath of Death. I'm not a fan, if that wasn't clear. It's just, I like good RPGs. Let's try something that maybe has a bit more quality art. From the look of things. And hopefully text that won't make my eyes bleed so much. So I'd be worried that I'm like burning through the stack too quickly tonight, but like BattleTech is in here, and I'm gonna spend some time at BattleTech. It is a game that I'm just doing this. I'm not. Okay, there it goes. Do game capture. This one here. There we go. So this is Beacon Pines. That's all I know.
Dear reader, allow me to introduce you to my book. Though it might at first appear like many books you've come across, it is far from ordinary. You may, therefore, have some misunderstandings about its nature. The story that awaits you has not been fully told. In fact, its conclusion is not yet known, even to myself. It is in that way that my book is special.
Having to advance once in your time in a book is annoying.
It is in that way that you are special. Without you, there is no story. Chapter 1. Normal isn't what it used to be. This is a story about change. Nestled in a shallow valley is the town of Beacon Pines. Far from the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, a young boy walks alone at dawn. His name is Luca Van Horn, and like you, dear reader, he's here for a reason.
He's also going through the Steam library? Do I have a run button? I have a jump button. Okay. We got the good beat talking. I still hate the like static portrait dialogue thing.
Rollo was Luca's closest friend. He possessed many fine qualities, but subtlety was not one of them. Rollo finally noticed the tears welling in his friend's eyes, and the flowers on the grave.
Oh, hang on. Thank you, game, for rewarding me for doing what I was going to do anyway.
Wonderful! I had a good feeling about you from the moment you opened my book. That charm is a very special thing. Very special indeed. Keep hold of it for now. Its purpose will reveal itself soon enough.
Well, you reset my lines, so yeah. Are they regenerating? Can I not actually clear the field? Well, curses.
Rollo looked to the side suspiciously.
So we got some dear femboy and some conspiracy theorist cat.
Dear
Force me
reader,
to check that.
forgive me for this interlude. Remember that charm you found in the dandelion patch? There are more of those special charms to discover throughout Beacon Pines. They've been known to reveal themselves to those who are willing. Some of them can be found in this very house. Since Gran had moved in, the house was more peaceful, more orderly, and more covered in flowery fabric. One of his father's old stethoscopes.
He just moved in, so like
Luca had
reupholstering the
spent
furniture.
countless hours listening to anything and everything with it. Not for years, though.
Also, it's weird to have the audible breath between sentences when like I'm manually advancing the text between them.
just some dusty knickknacks. An array of prepared meals crowded the refrigerator, each labeled with the day of the week. A pair of dull scissors, a broken can opener, a mostly empty bottle of glue, and some loose string.
Hey, like, for the time period we're going for, I don't think you want to have, like, a week's worth of food in your fridge.
The only piece of furniture Gran had brought when she moved in was an old hutch.
Okay, so she did, in fact, reupholster all the furniture.
Luca paused at his parents' bedroom door. He just wasn't ready to go in yet. Gran had commandeered the upstairs closet when she moved in. Some things need shelter from a young boy's mischief, she said.
So he's gonna be like emotes later, or what?
Gran's moving in meant that most of Luca's things had been crammed in the corner. Luca was somewhat annoyed by the situation. Luca tossed on his favorite old sweater. Even though it was the first day of summer, a chill still hung in the air. Gran's bed was undisturbed. Luca didn't mind that she had a habit of falling asleep in front of the fireplace. It meant that he could read late into the night.
This is one of those situations where it's like, I'm waiting for the game to start, and I'm getting increasingly worried the game has started, you know?
Oh my, this is quite exciting.
It really isn't.
I am now certain that you are the one I've been waiting for all these years. You'll recall I was a bit coy regarding the use of charms earlier. Excuse me, I tend to have a flair for the dramatic. You are about to encounter your first turning point. There are certain times in this tale when everything hinges on a single word. Step forth, dear reader. A beginner's guide to gardening laid open on the bench.
Why are your text boxes black? Are you secretly some kind of evil witch?
The less Gran knew, the better for everyone involved.
Okay.
We were just gonna go chill for the day.
The best lies are built on truth. Easy. Impressive. You've managed to navigate your first turning point without too much of a mess. That is the power of charms. A single word can change everything. I think it's time to introduce you to the Chronicle.
The overexcited narration combined with the lack of anything happening is really just like filling me with disgust and resentment. Oh, fair.
You can see the turning point, which has been revealed. At any time, you can use the Chronicle to go back and invoke different charms, creating new branches. Luckily for us, this is the one and only turning point where the charms won't dramatically alter fate. It's the perfect opportunity to experiment with rewriting things.
Are you gonna force me to? Fine.
We were just gonna go ponder for the day.
This was Luca's chance to sell his alibi. Nailed it.
Screw you.
The road leading to Beacon Pines was long and uninspiring.
I'll say.
A sort of natural barrier for the impatient. Chapter 2. Welcome to Beacon Pines. For many years, this valley had been a small mining outpost.
Again, narrator, why are you so enthusiastic?
Valentine built his fertilizer company that Beacon Pines was established. Over the next 30 years, the town had grown and prospered until the foul harvest and his sudden death. In the 6 years since, everyone was simply trying to get by. William Kerr was the CEO of Perennial Harvest Company.
I'm trying to figure out how to pun.
He had become a fixture around town over the past few years. After the failing of Valentine fertilizer, the town was hungry to welcome a new source of employment.
So it's a fully fertilizer-based economy then.
Mayor Augustus Valentine was not busy. Flustered, Gus instinctively loosened his tie.
Respect, I tells ya. Well, let's go find some actual game, please. Also, you're not bothering with the beep talk. Yeah, let's summon the devil. I'm going to collect my verbs.
On certain nights, when the clouds were just right, the boys could tune into strange patterns of static. Rollo thinks it's aliens. He always
when you have a furry setting,
Lucas' winter coat decommissioned for the summer,
and you're
with
selling
the coat holding out
fertilizer,
longer than usual, he reconsidered its usefulness.
Are you just harvesting from outhouses or
Luca
what?
looked up at the satellite dish. Rollo nearly killed himself putting that up into the tree. While it didn't turn the radio into an interstellar communicator, as he'd hoped, it did at least boost the signal enough to overhear truckers one town over. After Luca's father had passed, Rollo became obsessed with them building their own Hank atomic star scraper. It was some time before Luca realized it was Rollo's way of keeping him occupied. The boys had a good thing going, as long as they kept old Jeff happy. They had an endless source of precious materials to add to the treehouse.
Where's they even going? Besides ignoring this guy. Some kind of old arena warehouse somewhere. Some kind of overeager.
Oh, right. Rendezvous with Roxy. This is an important turning point. The first time where your charms will change the course of fate. And currently, we only have one suitable charm at our disposal. Have no fear, we can always return later using the Chronicle once we find more charms. Well, now I'm just rambling. Where were we?
Again, just like this breathless excitement to explain very basic, like, visual novel concepts.
Rolo froze as Roxy took a step toward him, cracking her knuckles. Luca knew he had one chance to save his friend from being dragged home. In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill.
I guess I'm mildly curious what happened. Like, didn't have that particular keyword when we got here. Okay, game, you have like one chance that isn't halfway interesting to happen.
A bit much, if you ask me.
I don't wanna. I do kind of want to talk to this depressed alligator, though.
Miss Hatch could often be found near the fountain, too absorbed in a book to be distracted.
I guess I'll talk to this gay cat here. Who you force me to talk to now? Come on, like this jerk.
Holden Wilder ran the local paper of record, the Beacon Beacon.
Like, I'm just so disgusted with the narration. Is this where I'm going? This condemned looking building here?
Jeff's Hardware closed down about a year ago.
No.
The effects of the foul harvest stretched wide. When there are no crops in the field, tractors don't need fixing.
When are they gonna get to the fireworks factory? And by fireworks, I apparently mean feces.
promise Gran regretted the second it was made.
Your grandmother's hot.
The Valentine Mansion loomed over every other building in town, both figuratively and literally.
I mean, not really. It's like 2 stories.
After the foul harvest destroyed their wealth and reputation, the Valentines shuttered off their estate from the rest of town.
Mm-hmm.
The path
There we
led
go.
into a small hollow at the edge of Weepwood. The fence thrummed with a gentle electric buzz. Luca often asked himself what Rollo would do, so that he could rule out that option.
Limbo Wonder. Oh.
As sparks flew from the fence, the light atop that section shut off. 2 bulbs remained. One more to go. The fence's
that's kinda
buzzing
like-
gave way to silence.
Mechanic.
Every kid in town knew the old Valentine Fertilizer building.
So I'm pretty sure that's
Long
not how
abandoned,
the fences
the
work.
warehouse once served as the industrial heart of Beacon Pines. Now it stood only as a reminder of things left behind. The dormant building showed strange signs of life. There was only one way to find out. Luca thought he heard faint sounds coming from the other side of the door. He pressed his ear against the cold metal to hear better. The sound of footsteps grew louder.
Okay, with how child-friendly this game has been to this point, like...
The heavy steel door knocked
What the
Luca
hell?
to the ground. Disoriented, he looked up to see an imposing figure silhouetted in a green glow. It lunged toward him. He tried to scramble away, but felt a gloved hand latch onto his ankle. Luca watched his fingernails leave trails in the dirt as the hand slowly dragged him back through the door, into the lab, into the green light.
Sure.
This is a story about change. It was far from the
Or
sort of
like
change
my,
Luca imagined for himself.
My new word there.
But change is, after all, a dangerous animal. The end? I probably should have warned you about this. There are many paths that our story can take. Most will end in tragedy. But don't let that discourage you. We will find the ending that this story deserves. I just know it. From here on out, a charm will have a check mark when it's been used to its full potential at a given turning point. Now, let's try something different.
Well... It got stuck there for a second.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little shit.
This is taking a strange turn I did not expect.
Solomon Valentine, current ward of and future successor to the Valentine fortune, huffed as he brushed off his pants. Solomon trifled a gesture toward the approaching heiress Valentine.
Oh no. Yay, I'm free. Fine, don't hurt anything. Again, this is not how this works.
As the glowing windows of the old warehouse came into view, Rollo began to bounce excitedly.
Man, Rollo died of dysentery. Yeah?
The boy sat petrified under the weight of the bag. Rollo felt around at the large sack which burdened them. He snapped off a tag from just within a small zipper opening in the bag. Rollo held the badge up to a faint shaft of light within the dumpster.
So when I said, like, you have one chance here to be somewhat interesting, I wasn't expecting to suddenly have, like, swearing in corpses. Like, we're going places now. We're certainly going places now.
Lucas sat in the dark, tracking the sound of Rollo's footsteps as he ran. 1, 2, 3. He pressed his ear to the dumpster wall, straining to hear Rollo's footsteps as they faded away. 15, 16, 17. He tried not to think about the contents of the dumpster as he counted. 35, 36, 37. The thick stench made it hard to breathe. Screw it, that's long enough. Luca carefully lifted the lid and peered out. Nothing. No sign of Rollo. No sign of the man in the yellow suit. Time to haul ass. Luca clambered from the dumpster.
It's a weird contrast.
He was up like a shot and running, sprinting toward home as fast as he could. Beacon Pines flew by, blurred by the tears that welled up in his eyes. He wouldn't remember getting home at all that night. Throwing his front door open, storming up the stairs to his room and surrendering to sleep almost as abruptly as he hit his pillow. Chapter 3. Finding a friend. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
Yeah, exactly. Although I guess, like, with all the furry art, I should expect this to get, like, weirdly dark. It's kind of like the rule of games, it seems. Like, what's the one with that, like, tank that's fueled by orphans?
Gran's brow furrowed. She let out a long sigh. Her voice was quiet and even.
Yeah, these, like, adorable little cat kids, and just, like, find this little tank, and, like, it's got, you know, kind of RPG combat, and then sometimes it's like, well, this is desperate, like, time to shove somebody into the firing chamber and, like, suck out their soul to fire the main gun. Like, is it time for that game? That feels a bit extreme. Had to be done.
Luca was desperate to check in with Rollo. Until Gran returned, he was trapped.
I mean, not really.
An eerie electronic sound echoed from Luca's bedroom. Luca glanced at the now silent walkie-talkie. He wasn't sure what to think. A pit formed in Luca's stomach. Luca's mouth felt dry. Luca could feel his heart beating in his throat.
Time to go find the child's body, I guess. Like you do in your cutesy little.
For a town that saw few visitors.
Wacky storybook game. Additional places to be cool, apparently. So, like, the way you get this is kind of arbitrary, isn't it? It's like here it's just like a random word spoken by somebody when the main character isn't even in the scene. Well, hang on. We got some kind of like groovy mystery here, and this is Velma, so. Gotta return to the scene of crime and all. Or not. Sure that there's a backpath there. Gotta be armed. It's important. Can we splash around the radioactive waste? Come on. Your old-fashioned corpse hunt. Where the plot says to go.
Kato volunteered at the library during the summers. He wasn't very social, so he'd dedicate each summer to becoming an expert in a single subject.
Oh, like the main character
making
from,
him a reliable source of very particular knowledge.
Kamen Rider Kuga,
if you were
kind
to
of.
ask Kato something he didn't know, he'd escape into the dusty old bookshelves and return with just the right thing. Kato was lost in his reading. Luca crooked his neck to see the title, Introduction to Melitology. He gestured to the shelves.
So, like, at this point, like, what are the odds we're going to see one of these portraits beheaded at some point? Like, Because they're not 0.
The bottom corner shelf was a dusty array of thick science books. Only one binding was clean enough. Cellular biology and the mycological phosphorescence. The entire top level of the library, most of which were Hank Atomic.
I don't even have this jump if I can't jump off a railing.
Oh, the cobs I've eaten. A salad-centric travel guide for the mildly adventurous. Sally Seashore's simple, succulent. Luca brushed off a 30 recipe so easy you'll... A peek behind the curtain. The methods and ruminations of Patrick's... One of the great... By...
Hello, incredibly goth cat.
Beck's family moved often, giving her little time to establish any real connections. She would tell you she prefers it that way. Luca shifted his feet uncomfortably.
Yeah.
Beck pulled a coin from her pocket.
One second. What do you want? Ma'am? What do you want now? Okay, you drink water then. It's running. It's even here. It's running. You just get a drink. You don't have to get out of my chair again and follow you. As you help on the sink and get a little drink of water. Just do it. Honest. There's no reason to keep them in here. Shut the water off. Turn the water on again. Okay. Well, what else are we doing then? Yeah. I don't know what this cat would do if he didn't have me here. Like, nobody else put up with all this. Okay, you're really just
Luca
fucking
felt a chill as he approached Beck. Her eyes were locked on the strange green liquid. The nearby grass was coated in a fine layer of frost. Luca watched as Beck dipped a broken tree branch into the goo. Beck's eyes widened as flowers grew from the dead wood. First small buds, which quickly bloomed into vibrant petals. As quickly as they had grown, the flowers began to shrivel and turn gray. Beck dropped the stick with a grunt of disgust.
Annihilation for kids. That's not true. One of them died. The other one probably also died. Yeah, it's not going that dark. And the whole like branching path thing kind of like eliminates shaggy dog stories.
Beck could see tears welling in Luca's eyes, his fists clenched. Some things about Beacon Pines were very different from the city, but a bully from a hayseed town is really no different from a city bully. Beck took a deep breath and thought. Well, time to bust out the strange. Beck stared in silence.
I do have fight in the list.
The only
Wasn't an
sign of
option.
life being the twitch of an eye. At the sight of Iggy taunting Beck, something in Luca snapped. Iggy's smirk shifted to a look of shock as Luca launched himself into his stomach. Iggy's clothes
Okay.
were drenched in the glowing ooze.
Time for body horror.
Iggy's voice began to slur as he struggled to get up.
Okay. Well, that's good. Well, he's probably dead.
The person at the warehouse, this strange ooze, and what it did to Iggy. Was Rollo caught up in all of this?
Like, this definitely has my attention now.
Beck glanced toward Luca.
And then the hyena guy just like points, makes this horrible screeching sound.
Rollo was safe. A wave of relief washed over Luca, which was quickly replaced by a sense of dread. Gran is going to kill me. If he hurried, he might just make it home before sundown. Chapter 4. Our harvest awaits. Luca took a deep breath and gingerly opened the door, steeling himself for Gran's wrath.
Yeah?
A sturdy old wheelbarrow.
Just out of curiosity. I got a decent number of these so far, okay.
Young Luca would spend hours hiding in the bushes, waiting for a chance to jump out and startle his mother.
I love this game of just acting like I didn't just turn some kid into the Toxic Avenger or something. Like, I was expecting it to, like, lean into the, horror elements that are being established. Oh, is that what that sound was?
Luca was alone. The house was empty.
It's a good getting bed animation.
Luca was sitting by the pond, listening to small waves lap against a rock. His father sat in a folding chair in front of him. Without turning, he spoke. "Why don't you grab me some nice bait?" "Sure thing, Dad." Luca hopped over to the tackle box and popped open the lid. Inside was a rolling, buzzing mass. "We're fishing with bees?" Luca's father gave a warm chuckle. "Well, you catch more fish with bees than honey. Pick us out a good one." Luca closed his eyes and plucked out a bee. He could feel its wings struggle between his finger and thumb. Holding it at arm's length, he hurried over. His father deftly baited the hook and examined his work. "Interesting choice." With a practiced flick of the wrist, the line buzzed in a graceful arc. The water accepted it without a splash or ripple. The wrong choice. But I respect it. The pond began to freeze over. Sometimes we gotta make the wrong choice before we can make it right. Pallid ice propagated across the still surface with an alarming speed. Luca scrambled back as the ground beneath him turned cold. "Dad, I don't understand." "Sorry, kiddo. Understanding isn't always part of the deal." The relentless ice shot through the fishing line toward his father. "Dad, look out!" His father casually wound the reel. "None of it's your fault, you know. Never was." "Dad, we have to go." Luca grabbed his father's
like this is
shoulders,
quite
trying
music
to
here.
pull him away. "Please, you have to run." The ice crackled as it spread across his father's hands. That's the thing about fishing, Luca. His chest began to crystallize. You toss your hook in, and you never know what you're gonna pull out.
Beacon Pines, Shattered
A
Memories.
shock of searing cold ran up
Whatever it was
Luca's
called.
arms. He gave one last desperate tug. The chair tipped backwards in a single frozen mass. Luca tried to stop the momentum, but it was too late. He watched the icy form of his father slam into the hard ground, shattering into 1,000 pieces that crowded around his feet. "Dad, I don't understand. What does all this mean?" The gentle rustle of leaves was the only reply. Luca's eyes struggled to focus on the walkie-talkie. Faintly, he could hear Rollo amongst the noise. Rollo's voice was coming through more clearly now, but some words were still just static.
Okay, so did you get pod personed? Yeah, okay.
The signal went silent. Luca held still, waiting for a response, his pounding heartbeat marking the passage of time.
What? What? Meow. What? Hey.
Rolo's voice began to fade. With that, the signal died for good. Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and sprinted to the treehouse.
I was so ready to just like throw this on the never again pile, and it's like,
heard
okay.
a group of footsteps approaching. He dashed behind the bushes to avoid being spotted.
The vibes are now weird enough that I want to like stick with this for a good bit.
Mr. Tolliver paused, shifting his eyes to one side. Mr. Tolliver took one long, quiet breath. The three shared a determined look.
Yeah? Meow. Are we switching seats again? To one of those? Here you go. This is your seat now. And this is mine. Enjoy. Okay. Yep. It's a good voice. It's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers at Busy Town. Like, what are we even doing?
Whenever Luca saw his dad's chair by the pond, it reminded him of the days they'd pack up a couple of sandwiches and fish until sundown. Luca opened the tackle box and picked the perfect bait. Luca placed a sinker on the line. Sometimes the best stuff is at the bottom of the pond. Luca placed a sinker. Sometimes
Fishing minigame, huh? Oh, just hold down, okay. Oh, okay. Actual fishing minigame. Was not expecting that.
Luca placed a sometimes.
learn how to get drunk. Oh.
Luca tied a small magnet to the line, fishing with the law of attraction.
I'm trying to think if that bottle of booze was a real fighter.
Luca gently baited a feather onto the hook, good for skimming the surface.
Are there, in fact, any fish in this pond at all? And yeah, like I was literally like seconds away from dropping this when it suddenly started getting interesting.
Luca tied a shoestring to the hook. What fish could resist a nice shoestring?
I mean, makes sense. Enough so that I almost called it.
Luca placed a sit sometime.
So what were you saying? Yep, that's what I thought. Need more verbs. I was looking at that.
Luca could only see a cloaked shape behind the rocket. He strained to hear as a muffled voice began. Fear gripped Luca's throat. Luca stared at the ground for a moment, trying to place the dampened voice. The figure shifted slowly from behind the rocket, revealing itself to Luca. Luca reached over empathetically. Iggy's tone jolted to dejected anger. Luca slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by guilt.
I am a little disappointed in our body horror. appreciate it. A little like John Carpenter-y. Still like refusing to go where I'm assuming it's gonna go.
Iggy slumped to his knees. Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and headed for the window. Luca and Iggy climbed up the back of the treehouse to its roof, where Rollo had constructed his MCDC, the Mission Control Defense Cannon. From behind the crowd of clipboards, William Kerr strode forward, a warm smile on his face.
It's gotta be like an acronym or a pun. It's just too weird to name. Or not an acronym. Anagram, I'd say.
Kerr's smile faltered. Luca's grip tightened on the MCDC. Luca's mind raced. He was caught in a trap. What do you do when there's no hope? Iggy wiped his cheeks with a sleeve. What are you gonna do, Luca?
Okay.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Fight. He swung the Mission Control Defense Cannon around, aiming it confidently at the smirking face of William Kerr. Luca summoned his most insolent demeanor. Kerr turned his back on the two boys. With a nonchalant wave of the hand, he made his exit. As the clipboards began to slowly advance on the treehouse, Luca looked to Iggy with resignation in his eyes. The end. That escalated quickly. Maybe discretion was the better part of valor here. Let's put a pin in this for now. Well, time to bust out the tickles.
I am curious how much different this gets from this branch point in particular.
Beck lunged forward and began to tickle under Tish's arms. Tears began to form in Tish's eyes as she gasped for breath between gales of laughter. Beck Beck redoubled her efforts until Tish finally had had enough. Iggy's eyes darted around, a realization dawning on his face that he was now outnumbered. Iggy kicked at the puddle before making his escape.
Okay, so it was... Deformed kids are inevitably with this branch. It's good to know.
Beck shook the ooze out of her hair as best as she could. Chapter 4. The Best Policy. Luca paused for a moment, catching his breath. He'd only just met Beck, and somehow he already managed to drag her into this mess. Hopefully he could make it up to her, but finding Rollo was his primary concern.
So I can't splash around in the radioactive ooze myself.
Roxy and Fitz looked drained. It was clear they'd spent all day searching. Roxy's temper could often be dismissed as the impatience of an older sibling, but this was the most intense Luca had ever seen her. Her eyes were wild and unfocused, looking straight through Luca. In a torrent of rambled words and tears, Luca broke down. Roxy, still exhausted and angry, softened briefly as her eyes hunted the ground in thought. With a determined sigh, she looked up at Luca. Roxy drew herself up. Roxy tried to think of the safest place to send Luca. Luca wiped his cheeks and gave a quick nod. Looking into the puddle, Roxy rubbed her arms to warm up. Mr. Nuncreed
It's like
jumped
a run
with a
button or
start.
something.
Luca motioned to the phone booth.
Yeah, it's not how phone bills work. Interesting sound design in this game.
Mr. Nuncreed gently placed one of his substantial hands on Luca's shoulder. Luca peered up at Mr. Nuncreed. Kind eyes warmed a stern face. There was a deeper emotion hiding beneath it all. It was subtle, but Luca could sense something eating away at him. There was a shame lurking behind those eyes.
I do appreciate the design choice that there's only like
a deep sadness.
presumably 2 or 3 choices for any given branch.
If Mr. Nuncreed was that worried about
not just
Rollo,
letting you try everything.
maybe he could help. Mr. Nuncreed raised an eyebrow.
Also, there was an arm.
Mr. Nuncreed's shoulders slumped. A deep sigh bellowed from his chest. Luca attempted to take a step back, but Nuncreed's hand clamped down on his shoulder. With a firm shove, Nuncreed manhandled Luca into the phone booth. The door latched shut with a mechanical hiss.
And I got the impression that there's like multiple places to get each little keyword
dropped
too.
from under his feet.
Case in point.
The inside of the phone booth was now a loose capsule plummeting at gravity's whim. Luca winced and pressed his hands to the walls. As he braced for impact, the capsule hurried to a surprisingly smooth stop. He felt a cold rush of air and opened his eyes with hesitance. Two large figures in hazmat suits occluded his view. Luca heard the deep, resigned voice of Mr. Nuncreed over an intercom. He knows too much. The end. Wait. No. This isn't the end. I know there's still much more. Somehow this went wrong. Okay, let's try something else.
Oh, look, the only thing I have. I feel like this is not that long a game, actually, unless that tree's gonna get bigger.
This is a story about struggle. Luca could hear a machine humming somewhere nearby. He felt around wildly, searching for something, anything that could help. His hands found a hard object, maybe a tile? He yanked it free, lifting the cold stone. Let me go! Luca swung the tile as hard as he could at the shape that still held fast to his leg. He heard the crack of glass as the stone hit the assailant's mask. With a muffled yelp, the hand let go. Luca was free and scrambled to the door. He never looked back once on the long run home. Chapter 3. Everything's fine. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
It is, yeah. Like, it would just be a visual novel if it wasn't for, like, having to poke around to get your little keywords. And again, like, the tone of it is just so, like, slightly off.
A sturdy old
Because, like, it hasn't really dropped the cute little children's fairy tale look, but, like... You got dead kid branches. Like... This is like a horror-free branch so far. Yeah, a little bit. Plus, like, now I have an actual interest in exploring this town, talking to people that, like, I was doing my best to skip past before because nothing was happening.
Luca checked the soles of his sandals.
I guess I can't search stuff because I have my hands full.
Eris Valentine, oldest of Sharper Valentine's children, and heir to the Valentine fortune, had a way of making questions seem like demands. Mr. Wilder had learned to assume that if he was hearing from Eris, it was because she had taken issue with something he had put in the paper.
What a weird threat.
Mr. Wilder averted his gaze and began to polish his monocle. Dawn had dreams of becoming a big-time reporter. At night, she searched for the story that could be her big break. By day, she hawked papers at the newsstand.
I am like entirely too charmed by the bat having the incredibly high-pitched voice. That's a face.
She leaned forward and pinched Luca's cheek.
It's a real, like, I haven't slept in a week sort of face. Or I partied a little bit too hard last night face. That works too. Okay, new verb.
Luca shifted the basket uncomfortably. Mrs. Fratelli lifted the cloth and inspected the jam. She carefully lifted out her jars of jam.
Okay, so Grandma's probably murdering somebody with poison jam. Just, throwing that out there.
Luca squinted at the faded photo of him and his mom at the diner. Memories of that day came flooding back.
Another one of these, huh? Still haven't talked to you. This is an interesting use of this too.
Luca glanced at the empty seat across from Gus.
It's a weird sandwich, but you know.
Jeff slapped the table and gave Luca a toothy grin.
Yeah? Am I? 'Cause I got all those orders filled. Oh, other people like probably also want things involving stuff they don't have. These flashbacks are also kind of interesting. Right, give you your thing. I didn't ask for this. I mean, the candy would already be cutting your mouth up. That's a cute little exchange.
Huddled at his counter, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining apples. More accurately, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining one apple. With a yelp, Mr. Tolliver fumbled the apple, flailing at the air as it fell. He leaned forward and lowered his voice. He leaned in a bit further.
Don't make it creepy, narrator.
Mr. Tolliver leaned back, speaking loud enough for anyone to hear. He reached forward and snapped up the bars of jam, giving Luca a little wink.
So Grandma's a drug dealer then, is what I'm getting?
He leaned in for a final whisper.
We all know Beacon Pines is a great town. What you may not know is great towns grow from mighty roots. And that is why you cannot tell the story of Beacon Pines without telling the story of one Shopper Valentine. Young Shopper's keen intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand vision. A vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow. In his own words, a better tomorrow is within our grasp, but it requires a singular mind to harness it. Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here, in Beacon Pines. And how does one grow a better tomorrow? With fertilizer, of course. Valentine's Fertilizer Company became the
My initial question of like, where does the fertilizer come from stands.
Then tragedy struck. A scientific experiment gone wrong. An accident which took Shopper away from us far too soon. To this day, we struggle to pick up the pieces. But one foul harvest isn't enough to stop the people of Beacon Pines. The spirit of Sharper Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow. Together, we will follow his example and grow a bountiful future. Paid for by the Valentine family and the Valentine Fertilizer Company Remembrance Fund.
We like go faster is my like one main complaint at this point. Well, that and like the intro was slow enough that I almost gave up on it.
Mr. Nuncreed eyed Luca for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Nuncreed snatched the basket from Luca.
Oh, right, because he's like very interested in her. How'd I forget? I mean, they're both good.
Beck locked eyes with Luca.
Not at the same time, but they're both good.
The look on her face was equal parts expectant and desperate.
Actually, I like a nice Hawaiian pizza now.
Beck gave Luca a quick nudge. Who the hell are you? Because, like, it does not come up. Again, if I have a little bit more speed, I appreciate it. Jeff dug through his pockets for a bit. Good talk.
I'm just hunting for
There
new
were
verbs.
rarely any actual new additions, simply a variety of existing content rotated into the front display each week. Kato motioned to the book in front of him.
Are you reading Neuromancer?
The phone booth was brand new, part of Perennial Harvest's Beacon Pines Reborn initiative. It didn't see much use. Beck took a long breath, then gave a firm nod.
Well, you befriend an adventure game protagonist. They're going to be interested in everything you mention. They may destroy all your stuff and seal everything's not nailed down, but they will be, like, attentive.
Chapter 4. Dinner with the Moodwills. Ilona Moodwill was worried about change. A gardener at heart, she understood the necessity of change, relied on it even. But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage in a strange town. Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love, couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates. Dinner went by without much conversation. As she watched Beck and Luca finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair. The things she cared about were still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them. She could do that. Luca's eyes were fixed to his plate, pushing a chunk of pineapple around with his finger. Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence. Ilona nervously gestured toward the boxes.
Also, the collar on that sweater, holy cow.
Luca wiped his face with his sleeve. Beck gave Luca a swift kick under the table. Luca glanced over to Beck. She seemed to be holding her breath. Beck slammed her fist into the table. Perhaps harder than she intended. Luca glanced outside to gauge the time. The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds. wiped his mouth one last time with his napkin and started to get up. Surprised, Luca turned around. He knew Rollo could be prickly around new people. But Beck seemed cool. Rollo would warm up to her eventually. Probably. Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to rumble with ominous thunder. Luca surveyed the roiling clouds. At that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain.
Yeah, verbs.
Luca squinted into the eye hole of the microscope. Luca adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look. Luca wiped his hand off on his sweater and gave a nervous laugh. Beck looked down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet.
When is this set?
Luca flicked at one of the toggles.
I wasn't really getting like a 40s vibe before now, besides the comic, I guess, but
Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime. He flipped open the attached card.
also I really like that when I do like exhaust branches and go check back, I can just like glance at the menu for where there's new options. I'm not going to say this game doesn't waste your time, but I'm going to say it wastes all your time in like the first 10 minutes.
Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window.
Oh, you just have depression is all.
Luca took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. Beck gave Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in. Chapter 5. Friendly Feud. The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue, the smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace. He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone, not even Rollo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
Well, thank you for telling me about the local bastard child. It's important to establish these things, I guess. That was me last Friday.
Whenever Luca saw his dad's chair by the pond, it reminded him of the days they'd pack up a couple of
Yeah. But I have potential new bait is the important thing. Ooh, a couple of them.
Luca stuck a toy stretchy hand onto the hook. Those things always get dirty anyway.
I forgot it's like the one part of the game where there's like gameplay. You wash it off first, it's fine.
Luca wrapped a twig of thyme around the hook. Some fish have refined taste.
I don't think that's true. It feels like a complete set of stuff there. I say it feels like there's a complete set of stuff there. That's like 6 items. There's, I mean, maybe a room to shimmy something next to the boot.
Luca stuck those things out. Luca had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone a few times, and it always meant one thing. Rollo scoffed. Lucas stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said too much.
Oh no, Rollo's an MRA.
Luca became instinctively angry in response. Both boys were now shouting across the distance. Rollo's tone changed to a calm, yet more intense anger. The words hung in the cold night air. Rollo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line. But it was too late. Luca dug through his old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for.
Verbs. Always verbs. Ooh. I think it's gonna have like smacking the hell out of a watermelon. Open up this branch even.
Gran cooed gently from the hallway. Luca just wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
I definitely feel this very like main branch quality to it.
Luca dozed off again. Lucas still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rollo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
Ah, target.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic. Luca carefully opened the cover and began to read. Rollo had received it for his birthday, a special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art. Rollo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house. Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rollo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often. Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind. But it had stayed right there where Rollo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway. Without realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all and allowed his weary eyes to close. Luca stood in a vast black expanse. He looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad? Where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile, then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source? Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit. The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself. It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame. See? Luca peered at the base of the fire. It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself. Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame. Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning city. People. Luca leapt to his feet. We've got to help them! The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them, not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper. Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp. A cloud of torpid mist escaped, slowly revealing the face within. Luca's own face looked back at him. Older, worn, distant. The sensation was oddly familiar, as if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise.
You're not supposed to bring the lightsaber in.
The doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once. He gestured towards his face, and all it got me was this. Luca staggered back. You aren't me. Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him. Every choice sets us on a path. This is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin. Well, Dad, if you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward and plunged into the flames in a flash of cold light. He was gone. What does all of this mean? Luca felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder. Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose. Luca woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun. Luca rubbed his eyes. The kind, concerned face of his gran came into focus. Gran silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg. Luca gave a reluctant nod. Luca took a deep breath. Chapter 6. through thick and thin.
I appreciate the page numbers being, like,
Despite
accurate.
Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rollo. A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them. Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rollo.
I'm just curious, like... Do I have an even count? Oh, no, I'm missing at least 2. Okay. So we're over here? Alright, is where that was.
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head. Luca looked down and kicked at the dirt. For a town that saw a few visitors.
This is still not a thing. Yes, yes.
Mr. Kerr pointed to his grinning mouth.
Such a weird thing to be able to do.
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look. Jeff turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod. For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
I've never talked to this big guy. Worth it. Is there more? Also you. I'm gonna shake her anyway.
Kato's eyes lit with excitement. Kato Kato straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing. Kato stared at Luca eagerly. Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4, from the shelf. Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4. Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5. Kato removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed: The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5. Luca clicked his tongue with recognition. Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word. He continued
to face the library book, see if you are using invisible ink.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
You have to waddle a little bit faster. Can I get in here and speed it? No, I can't. Can I do this?
Luca wrapped Thumbfish.
Yes, where exactly am I going?
Before Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog. Luca shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog. Luca tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper. He shook off the bits of corn dog to read the slip. Luca finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
That was cute.
Lumi waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
Wait, the lesbian cat's a guy? I had no idea. The destination's obvious, but...
Rollo sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
The main branch has got a lot of new verbs.
Luca threw himself at Rollo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
I think that's that, huh? Nope.
Luca tied as fishing with... Rollo handed Luca an unopened letter. Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done, I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran. Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder. Luca was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary. Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Guess what I thought that was referring to?
It was not fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
Oh. Well. So not Grandma being a terrorist
A
then.
shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice. Two boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so,
I thought that was getting too happy.
ends on this melancholy scene. In a silent treehouse turned statuary. In a town brought low by its secrets sits a pair of friends, alone, together, for the rest of time. The end. No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
Okay, so this is certainly something. We gotta go back to, like, this whole thing, I think.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight. He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches. He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut. Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain. A disc of smooth metal was lightly covered in snow. Two faint seams were visible along the surface. Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying. Luca looked at Iggy with hesitation. With a resigned sigh, Luca responded. Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket. The boys stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines." Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice. The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
You know, you got one big tooth, and you may be blind in one eye, and your cheek is swollen. It's not that bad. Well, I guess it was like melting off his face before, too, but you know.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion, and more than a little guilt. Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy. The boys huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
And I think you would do some kind of like annihilation thing
to his half-deformed face. Iggy shrugged. Iggy now wept openly. He wiped his nose with a sleeve. Luca gave a warm chuckle. Iggy cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes. Iggy arched into a wide yawn. Luca's eyelids began to slowly drift shut. That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
Yeah, throw dead kids in, I guess.
The house smelled of warm bread. Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke. "This is how you remember them, huh?" Luca turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes. Aww, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this. The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Luca snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us. Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch. That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively.
Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Well, let me show you.
The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room.
No. We both know that's not how this went.
He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting.
Do you remember what we did next?
Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward.
What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath
to help people.
I won't turn my back on them.
Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder.
What's right is right,
and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this. Eleanor raised her voice. Spare me your bullshit platitudes.
It's so weird just swearing at this. It really is.
Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that
like
you,
even
buddy?
with the like kids finding corpses bit, that still feels
with
like
tears in his
off
eyes,
theme.
Luca descended the stairs.
Mom? Dad? What's going on?
Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye.
Nothing, buckaroo.
Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing.
It sounded like you were going somewhere.
Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly.
Promise?
Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder.
I promise.
With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun. A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall. It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively. Whether it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
Hey, you can't mirror that art. He's disfigured.
Luca looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor. When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult. Iggy huffed with gratification. Nat began to turn away indifferently. Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp off. Realizing he'd worn their patience thin, Nat relented. Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers. For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
Okay, this is getting weird than what I was expecting.
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered. Luca began to laugh uncomfortably. He looked down at his feet. His eyes started back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him. He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out.
Time to dig up your father's grave.
6. The Source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to Perennial Harvest. But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know. Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow.
I was kidding, by the way.
His numb hands hit something hard. A headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips. There was no reply, just snow-covered silence. Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave. Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow. He bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Such a weird tone at times.
Luca stuttered through heaving sobs. Iggy gave Luca a solid smack on the back of his head. Luca wiped his eyes with a sleeve. Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
Obviously Select boss with knife with the cave, get a bird. Oh, okay.
Iggy and Luca shared a skeptical look.
Yeah, obvious, that's obvious.
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid. Luca rolled his eyes with realization. Iggy stifled a chuckle. Iggy triumphantly raised the shoebox. Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
I'll look at you do that.
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation. Kerr scratched the back of his head. His face contorted into a saccharine grin. Kerr snapped his fingers. Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance. Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole. Iggy plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence. After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration. Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air. With a nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole. With a growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca. Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow. He could
No,
see
it's kind of
Kerr
we'll have
further
to
down,
explore every
clinging to
branch to
Iggy's
get the
coat.
actual ending, and
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult. With a wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody. Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack. Luca felt Iggy loosen his grasp. Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
again, just get some plastic surgery. It's fine.
Luca felt his hand slipping. A calm settled over Iggy's face. Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
I mean, we gotta check the dead kid branch first, right?
Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request. With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy. The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness. We have some idea what that would look like. A fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes. With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, pines harder. Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm? Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good? I was even starting to like Iggy. No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive. Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request.
No, actually,
With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void.
my stick kind of slipped on me there. There we go.
Luca had no choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time, but Luca pressed the button and called out. We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror, now. A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair. Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away. A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end. I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
Okay, so what else do we have here? Literally just that, huh? And stuff with the 2 flashbacks.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops. Luca stopped himself mid-sentence. Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate. Beck grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
This is, to be clear, the No Deformed Kids branch right now.
Beck's voice was an excited whisper. The mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners. A chill ran down Luca's spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand. Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
How long would that take?
gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night. Chapter 5. What big ears you have! Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
Hoping some way I can hit those two flashbacks and get them fully resolved.
The clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up. Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh. He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped. The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
Real quick, I need to get. Okay. Shame. Have to double back at some point. Can you repeat that I missed a line? Apparently not. I can do this one at least, right? Yes. It's like the Mangler in terms of like, this is the business the whole town is based around, really?
Whenever Lucas saw his dad's, it reminded him of...
Okay, do I finally have another bait type? No.
Luca
Just already
gently
seen.
good first.
Okay.
waggled his head with pride.
So you know it's not like the final branch we get new verb. It's more art than a science. There we go.
Luca sucked in a long breath. Rollo let out a low whistle. Rollo and Luca shot back a look.
We've discussed this. There's clearly drugs in the jam.
Luca gazed out the window.
I clearly would have noticed something was weird in the closet I'm not allowed into, and the room I'm not allowed into.
Chapter 6. Secret Lair. Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
It all comes back around to the hat.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room. Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence. He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
Oh, we're gonna go through this whole song and dance here, huh?
A look of realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted and turned toward the kitchen. Before he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rollo's back. The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss, but the only distinct feature was its impeccability. As Beck pulled on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click. The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
I mean...
Rollo casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam. He smacked his lips. Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper. Rollo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean. Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it. Luca nodded and caressed the label with his thumb. Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text. He stopped at a page and mimed holding up a monocle. Rollo looked up with heightened surprise. Rollo Rollo's finger traced across the page. Rollo scanned through several more pages. Luca, staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly. Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages. Luca frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter. Luca
Always
slammed
very
the door
jarring.
shut. A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes. They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines. Rollo carefully traced the path with his finger. He jabbed down at the end point. Luca looked up from the map. Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence. A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs. The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump. 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 At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life. Rollo shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth. It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure. With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground. From the dark corner, they saw something move. Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief. As Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo. Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
What is funnier?
They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation. Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times. Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits. He looked over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin. Rollo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave. Luca glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks. Mr. Tolliver exhaled with disappointment. Luca gestured to the corner. Luca looked again to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings. Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists. He edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke. Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch. He punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs. Beck darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard. Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door. They looked bewildered at each other. They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end. Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement. Back to the drawing board. They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation. Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl. Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his
you don't really know how many
voice.
choices there are to get in Branch, because, like, you might just find them later in a different branch.
Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo
Just
slammed
also would
his
make sure you
fist
actually,
on the
like, you know,
table.
see them all.
He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint. The chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up. Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate. The doubtful expression on Beck and Lucas' faces transformed into awe. Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again. Mr. Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears. Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever. He shook his head, feeling more and more dizzy. His voice faded to a whisper. With that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold. Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Can I? I'm fine. We've got a proper party now. Yet more, wow. Chapter 8. Nice.
6 feet under, 3 towns over. The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth. Rollo shut his book with an assertive nod. Rollo muttered under his breath. Beck slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read. Something tickled the back of Luca's mind. The question hung in the air. Beck rubbed her eyes. Luca's heart was pounding as he approached the house. If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering. He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off. Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen. Or maybe Gran knew everything. Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating. Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth. He flipped the lid to read the label. As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter. He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself. Something was wrong.
Okay, so poisoning
and
confirmed.
Tried to move. His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep. Chapter 9. A speech to end all speeches. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him? Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed? Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
I don't like how many more of these I'm still finding.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow. Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie. William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival. He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage. Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest. Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd. He wiped away a single tear. He thumped the podium to emphasize each word. Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention. Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd. His voice began to build to a crescendo. The crowd began to look around nervously. Mr. Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards.
It's like the mutagenic ooze hasn't really come up in the plot at all. I can't help but notice.
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
Oh, here's this.
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched. For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with an entire
Is this
town
actually
frozen in
like
rapt attention
accurately
for the rest of time.
having the right number of pages instead of the book? That's an impressive amount of detail, if it is.
The end. There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything! Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again. No, I don't mean that. We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again. Please.
Okay, so we have one more on that branch. And okay, that's it. I do kind of want to, Yeah, Sherlock Holmes again.
They'd run the classic good cop, sly cop interrogation. Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task.
I'm sure I'm eventually going to be forced to
With
do
a
the
few
two
crisp
flashbacks.
snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
They have way too many new verbs.
Mr. Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints. Beck caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy. Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints. Beck quickly removed the ropes. Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead. Beck twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought. Beck shook her head and clicked her tongue. Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement. Beck was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle. Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune. Beck blinked slowly in disappointment. She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper. Beck marked each scrap of paper and leaned back. Luca and Beck looked at Rollo with amazement.
To make some stops on the way.
For a town that saw few visitors, the welcome was perhaps more grand than necessary.
Please, let there be something new here.
Luca stuck those things away.
Oh, okay.
Gus looked around nervously. Eris's cry hung in the air. woman stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore.
Hello, loose end.
Holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice. Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth. Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside. Beck flung open the door, and they all squeezed in. Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad. The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground. The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine. Rollo's hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons. Joseph waited for a moment in silence. He gestured toward the strange tubes. Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh. He shook his head wistfully. Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children. Luca began to laugh. The color drained from Nuncreed's face. Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic. A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
Like the dramatic windswept years there.
Chapter 8. The Cold, Hard Truth. Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view.
So many odd little random things in this, honestly.
A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
Once again, too, like, once this game gets going, it really, like, doesn't waste your time. You try to.
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild. Closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind. Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes. Rollo and Beck held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder. Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened. They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement. They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge. Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage.
Chess first.
And in the stillness, he began to weep. It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow. Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary. She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed. Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness. She smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud. Before Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence. Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luca. Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror, there was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end. Well, that was dire. On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from. Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature. And in the stillness, he began to hum. After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind. The only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud. Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note.
Are you gonna wait to hit a button, or are you just taking a while here?
Luca lifted his head in
Okay,
astonishment.
already hit a button.
The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother. Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across
This
the
is the one
snowscape
twist I
at
could
the
actually
woman on her
expect from
knees.
this.
Something about her was undeniably his mother, only smaller, older, changed. Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies.
I gotta say though, if I had like weird goop hyper age me, I could see impersonating my kid's like secret grandmother. Not so much not sleeping in my bedroom anymore though. That's a little weird.
Eleanor looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
I have another question. Why did you never introduce your kid to your own mother? Like, it's a little weird.
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
Did she suck or something?
For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again. Luca gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
I mean, technically you're all invited, I'm pretty sure.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago, Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under Perennial Harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus Liquamen. There were dozens of them, every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside. Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Is it?
Whispers filtered through the crowd. Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncrete's face.
Not like me who's populates here.
He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground. Kerr gave a bow of deference. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips. His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
That's the choice.
A hushed horror gripped the crowd. This is a story about change. Sharper examined his new hands. Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd. William Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards. A helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
I'm just curious. Aside from mouse, which we just got, like... Okay, there's incendiary. I don't think I've used lavish. I guess I think has come up. Okay, at least it's a nice, like, divisible by 3 count here. Yeah, 30. That seems like all of them.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous. Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Okay, so where do you get the army of clones, though? Okay, that's bugging me this whole time. Thank you.
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles. And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous. A secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer. The end. This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now.
I do feel like the narrator is like the one
You can
big
feel
misstep
it,
this
right?
has.
We can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing.
Just a little too earnest.
Let's see.
So what branch would this be? This is... Okay, that's the Mutant Kid branch. This is the Gray Chicken Hair branch.
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes, like a trap ready to spring. Luca felt the weight of Nuncrete's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there. Luca twisted free of Nuncrete's grasp.
Is this a branch of reality where I can get this way? Damn it. I have to like double back later.
The two scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
Again with the like really suspiciously odd name though.
Mr. Sinclair continued snoring and lifted one eyelid just enough to see who it was, a tactic he often used to avoid undesirable conversation.
Finally got some closure of him actually talking. That's good.
Whenever Luca saw his dad's chair by the pond, it reminded him of the days they'd pack up a couple of sandwiches.
Yeah. I mean, unless there's malicious bait, I think that I mean I could be
tied us fishing with the. He aired a long holler into the woods.
He has been, like, nabbed in this branch.
Luca felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag. He conceded to its lumpy embrace. Once again, Luca found himself in a vast black expanse. This time,
I missed a dream. Okay.
He knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. the world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire, the source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Lucas stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket, a keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. "You made me proud, Buckaroo." Luca turned to face him. "Dad, what is this place?" A warm grin grew across his father's face. "A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together." Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. "Wait? For what?" Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward. "That's up to you." Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real?" Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. "Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me." Luca turned to look at the older version of himself. "And you?" The doppelganger choked back tears. "I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone." Does that make sense? Through his tears, Luca laughed. "I think so." His father pulled him in for an embrace. "Time to go, Buckaroo." Luca was startled from his dream by a banging on the floor. A commanding voice rumbled from below. Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open. Chapter 5. Dangers big and small. Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight. Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he
Yeah,
inched
they're
backward
accurate
to
the page counting
balcony.
decide consistently.
As his hand
Pretty cool,
grasped
actually.
the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole. The large figure cocked its head inquisitively. Luca's jaw dropped. He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rollo, only bigger, older, changed. Rollo proudly presented his hands to Luca. Luca moved to the side and pointed Rollo to his reflection in the balcony window. His hands shot up to his face.
Gonna go get a job at the toy company and dance on a piano.
Rollo shadowboxed a few jabs. With a yelp, Rollo dove behind Luca. She shot a nervous glance at Rollo. Beck's eyes narrowed. Ilona tried to put on a smile.
Games are cool.
She sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically. She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
Yeah, it's nice for you.
Luca gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs. Beck flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor. Rolo started to wiggle with excitement. Chapter 6. The Heist. They spent the night's
It's gonna be
end
just, like, very
huddled
linear for a
around
while,
that
yes.
small map, formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat. A modern facility equipped with all manner of technology, not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement. This could just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread. Even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for. Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at a bargain. Luca, Beck, and Rolo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse. They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in one day, and they each had their assignments. He waved vaguely at Rolo's sizable figure. Beck snorted an involuntary giggle. Each looked at each other with sleepy confidence and nodded.
Okay, good. They're going to wind up with this bridge. Just triple checking. Yeah, nothing new. Okay.
Luca gently good first.
But do you want in on the heist? Definitely not my, like, shrunken dad. Okay, now. What about you, weird kid? No? Okay, so confirmed for final branch, basically. You have so few chances to go in there. So where do they actually hang out again? Process of elimination and all that.
Jeff wheezed out a long snicker. The joy in Jeff's face drained instantly. Looking into the sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
Well, I mean, it's gonna be junk, I'm assuming, but...
Luca wasn't ready to give up so easily. He shouted out again. Jeff's brow perked up. Sensing some traction, Luca carried on with vigor. Jeff's scowl faded with a sigh. One good stomp of the foot was all Jeff needed to drive his point home.
The important thing is I swore.
Luca offered out his open hand to seal the deal. With a firm and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated. There were rarely any simply of a...
You two want on the big heist? No? Okay.
Iggy raised an eyebrow suspiciously.
So I guess we just established the same thing. It's just that, like, okay, half his face got old. So he'll grow into it in that branch. It's fine.
Iggy gave a reluctant shrug. Iggy considered the point. Luca knew they'd need Iggy and Tish to pull this off. He tried again. Iggy gave a reluctant shrug. Iggy gave a reluctant shrug. Iggy considered the point. A wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face. Iggy glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement. With a quick nod, Luca was off. Iggy gazed up at Tish with a smile. A single tear ran down Tish's cheek. Chapter 7. Into the Hive. A good heist requires preparation, and thorough preparation takes time, something they had precious little of. So far, everything was in order. Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. "We're locked and loaded on my end." And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help. He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention. Rollo, being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach Perennial Harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence. Rollo took a few vigorous breaths and shook out his arms. He had to think quick. Rollo sighed, adjusting his tool belt. With a stroke of his mustache, Rollo proceeded into the Perennial Harvest headquarters. He stammered and flipped through the pages of his clipboard.
So I guess it's possible there just happens to be a bunch of identical raccoon people just all working at the same company.
Rollo interrupted with urgency in his voice. Rollo panicked. The distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence. The clipboard fumbled around in a frenzy.
Okay, I can't solid snake it up. That was weird. Must be an actual maze. Just kind of for the hell of it.
Solomon stopped in his tracks. A veneer of confusion flashed across Solomon's face. His words rushed out dramatically. Solomon's facade briefly faltered. Luca happened to notice a plaque above the door. Luca tried the handle. Solomon leaned forward to examine the mechanism. Luca smiled and looked at his watch. She mimed a quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle. The light on the keypad changed from red to green. Luca switched on his walkie-talkie. On the computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field. Luca pecked out his best guess Underground secrets. The screen blinked to life. Columns of green numbers glowed on a black background. Solomon's jaw clenched into a half smile. Luca quickly scanned the columns for number 24601. Once again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button. He quickly skimmed the screen with his finger.
That feels like such a in joke about getting the art back too late and not noticing that. Setting realistic.
Mr. Kerr approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie. With self-satisfaction, he called into the hallway. Nellie leaned over to examine his teeth. Nellie sighed.
such a weird last name.
Solomon muttered inaudibly. Solomon once again muttered under his breath. Luca tugged on each of the cabinets. Luca held his hand up to the ashtray. With a subtle, quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face. They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway. Her eyes searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul. Solomon clapped with genuine delight. Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form. Kerr presented it with a theatrical twirl of the hand. Before he could finish, Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm. Rollo casually tossed the vial to Luca. Luca jiggled the vial mockingly. She held it tightly behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables. He pursed his lips with feigned sincerity. A deep uncertainty washed over
I haven't talked in a while, but like we're almost done here.
She looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon. With apprehension, Beck conceded. Solomon pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick. blood drained from Kerr's face. Solomon shook his head with gratification. A muffled applause resonated faintly through the walls. Nellie was staring at the floor, deep in thought. The color dropped from Luca's face.
I do appreciate this making sure people like get the right information every timeline too. It's very tightly written as far as like keeping track of fate. This ends like that.
Luca was overwhelmed with emotion. A sudden explosion sounded from the hull. Chapter 8. Comeuppance. Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Tolliver to his feet. She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone. Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo. With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through. It was a strange feeling. The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body. They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door. Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
Also, I just noticed the darts in the mayor's face there.
They made their way out from deep within Perennial Harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech. Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips. With a mischievous look, Beck elbowed Luca. Remember when I had the vial behind my back?
I mean, mouse has to be the correct answer because it's like the last branch, right?
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little junk. His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Oh, that's kind of dark.
As the last of what was once Sharper Valentine wafted into the air, the crowd began to disperse, still numb from what they had just observed. Sharper Valentine was gone for good. His end would be a new beginning for Beacon Pines, a new chance to let go of the things they had lost and grab hold of a new future. The end. Well, I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a bit gratifying. If that feels to you like a good note to end on, I won't stand in your way.
That one actually would be like not the best one, so it's be.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little malice. His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Also, that sure.
The crowd gazed in stunned silence at the now empty stage. The quiet was broken when William Kerr sprinted off stage and into the distance. He was never seen around Beacon Pines, or anywhere else for that matter, again. Watching the silhouette of Kerr disappear over the horizon, Luca began to laugh. First, a low chuckle that became uncontrolled, heaving laughter. Through his tears, he was vaguely aware that the crowd had begun to laugh with him. The end. That was unexpected. Perhaps a bit of an absurd ending for my taste, but who am I to say? I'm only writing the damn thing. I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change. His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist. Eris awkwardly cradled the squirming child. She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty. She looked back down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes. With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl.
Good baby, evil baby.
Epilogue. Beacon Pines' coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had, and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn. After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through, middle school was bearable. The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much. They kindled a hope for a better future in their hearts. When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as the dawn of the first day of summer came again, its light slowly spread through the shallow valley. It crept over the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, and came to rest on a young boy sleeping at dawn, his mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason. Over time, Eleanor began moving Walt's old things out of the closet and into storage. Eleanor had moved back into her bedroom, and now that she wasn't sneaking out late, she even slept there most nights.
Again, I don't understand why that was part of the ruse. That'd be a normal thing for a grandmother to do in that situation. So I guess it is possible that we're just doing like the Chrono Trigger. Somebody needs help with those like potentials. Also, that is a hell of a tree to move. Nice little victory fanfare here, too.
When Perennial Harvest collapsed, most of the clipboards skipped town. But some stuck around and dedicated themselves to making things right.
Vexed and taunted by this potential secret thing. You keep saying that, but like...
Luca wrapped a twig of thyme. Some fish have...
We covered all that. Six little bonuses, no closure, damn it. It is open.
Luca squinted at the faded photo of him and his mom at the diner. Memories of that day came flooding back.
Are there in fact more? There are! Okay. I'm gonna properly 100% this, damn it. Okay, sinus clearance, eh? Look at all these new things in this last year. I'm saving for last.
Mr. Wilder adjusted his monocle jokingly.
Caviar? Most of these are very disgusting, honestly.
Mr. Nuncreed reached down and patted Luca's shoulder with an enormous hand.
I feel bad about getting all these the first try because there's no way to go back for them, but they're very obvious things. I don't think there is. Just gonna make another one of these then. Okay. Little achievement for that. And that's it, apparently? I was really expecting that to give me like one last word to use as bait.
Mrs. Fratelli glowed with a carefree smile. Mrs. Fratelli sighed with a zen-like calm.
He had this one little unresolved thing. Creepy. Really creepy. Enjoy your identity, Death.
Eris did her best to ignore the tears welling in her eyes. Closing her eyes, Miss Hatch took a deep, relaxing breath. He playfully waggled an apple. Mr. Nuncreed shook his head. Over the school year, Kato and Bert had become close friends. It typically went on like this for quite some time. Luca peeked over Piper's shoulder. Laid stealthily inside a large volume of mathematics was the first issue of Hank Atomic.
It's a good chunk of epilogue here.
With perennial harvest gone, the transportation tubes were left unused. Well, maybe not completely unused.
Sounds cute. How much back here? I just never looked at that.
Luca peeked up at the beehive. It appeared to be deserted. The Valentine Mansion loomed over every other building in town, both figuratively and literally.
Is it another kind of bait? Ah. This nagging
After the foul
suspicion they're missing
harvest
one
destroyed
thing.
their wealth and reputation, the Valentines shuttered off their estate from the rest of town. Honestly, I began to lose hope of ever finding it. But then you came along. I don't know exactly how to thank you. It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending. I'm at a loss for words. Let's just watch the end together.
Hey, don't you have to send me Also, don't sit in front of the screen during the happy ending. You want to cheers now? Okay, there you go. I'll let you get your thing. Let me watch these credits first, okay? Meow meow. Okay, put that. So yeah, like I feel like the narrator was a little bit too saccharine. And it did, like, make me almost skip playing the entire game. Oh, you back? What? I'm off in that. No? Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. I mean, I really appreciate the little detail that, like, the book has, like, an actual page count to it, and, like, it's tracked properly. Nothing ever does that. But yeah, like, structurally really cool, the whole, like, you do have to do every branch to get the buttons to make the choices in the other ones thing. think he's satisfied now. And I'm guessing Kickstarter backers are happening. Yep. And that's what this is. But yeah, like, again, the intro really dragged. Well, it was not so much drag, it was just like really just eye-rolling. But once like it actually starts, it's like, that was hard to put down, and I didn't. And it's 6 a.m. So like not that long of a game in terms of like actual length of narrative, but like yeah, there was no like secret unlock for some extra bait type either. So I guess that's that. Again, that was a good one. Yeah, I enjoyed that quite a bit. Okay, locked achievements. Catch all the fish. One moment. I'm not dealing with that little closure. Hang on. I did clearly miss one thing. I'm gonna have to look at it because I have no clue. So let's see here. So I look up a guide on this. Do. Okay. Okay, here it is. Jump back in here. Ah, no. You go there, okay. You go to monitor 2.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had. He squinted down the barrel of. He looked up with surprise as it.
Much.
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches closed. After what if that was all the boys? In fact, chapter sign. They stood.
We are 100% missing.
Let's. Luca pulled Iggy.
Apparently. Yep. You can help if you want to, but like. Okay, this is mandatory. Maybe.
The boys stared
Trying
in
to get
disbelief at the sign that now
closure on the
clearly
video
read,
game here.
Welcome to Beacon Pines. You do want to impart the moral that more important than making sure you do absolutely every little thing is to pet a cat. That's not quite in keeping with the themes of the game, but you know. Lay down? Okay, that works. That works. Comfy? Yeah? Okay. And we'll scritch your forehead with one hand and finish with the other. There is apparently a secret word that I did in fact miss. Luca had up. Luca looked with a resign.
Yeah, someone really wants all my attention right now.
Luca win. And crunching a foot, he looked back.
I'll look at this apparently.
Luca appeared. He let out faith, seeing. Luca allowed the boys help, if not as it were.
Oh wait, I might have actually missed it. Only my mouse was on my desk where it belonged and hadn't been placed by a cat. You know, it's in the town square. 7 down to.
Iggy motions. Iggy shrugged. Iggy now. He wiped his nose. Luca gave.
This is pretty deep in here,
his
though.
throat. Iggy up. Lucas. That's all. Iggy snuggled. The house smelled. Luca was. He looked up. His mother. A voice behind. Luca turned the doppelganger. Aww. The figure picked. It's amazing. Not that I. You
This is
don't.
kinda funny.
Snap the doppelganger. The last day with the day he. Luca turned. That's not the doppel. Everything. Well, let me show the world. Luca was sick. The doppelganger. He grabbed. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope.
I just want to double check something.
It was his parents. Do you remember? Luca gave he could see, damn it, Walt. She was his father. There's I won't. Luca's mother, Walt. What's right? I could know Eleanor Ray. Spare. What about Luca? Walt. Luca with Mom. Walt dropped nothing. Luca placed it down. Walt gently listened to him. I'll be back. Luca hugged. Promise. Walt's I with a wink and
I had this whole conversation.
I think it stood slowly from an whether it was Iggy felt Luca looked the figure when it came Iggy huffed. Nat Iggy turned realized Luca and Iggy Nat took a deep
This is a little
breath.
weird. Have this like cryptic
Nat
mouse
exhales.
here.
For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy until they opened the cold.
Okay, but I'm here for a secret word.
Nat. Luca began to. He looked his eye with a sun. He sprinted as Iggy.
Definitely something I want to like get the first time.
Chapters. The Nat expressed he'd given as Luca Rolo said he Mr. Kerr the clipboard. It all but right now. Lucas the tree he dropped.
And just reading this whole branch, I guess.
A dry. There was no. Iggy found. Suddenly. He bent down to.
There's something missable. They sure have deep in here.
Iggy gave. Luca went. Iggy.
Okay, now I can finally.
Iggy.
Okay, so knowing what the deal is, there's weird that there's like one eye is dim. Like, is he just destined for bad vision? Or what?
Iggy darted. He emerged. Luca. Iggy stifled. Iggy tried.
Yeah, this right here I didn't do. The secret 31st word. Ain't that all screwy now? Now I can jump out of that. And, I guess I can use anywhere, but might as well do it here.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change.
His. Eris, she looked. She looked up with a shake of her.
Expect to be less significant.
Beacon Pines folks, the news after the chill they kindle in spring, and Abby, his mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
Already seen all this.
Luca tied a bent nail onto the line. If all you have is a hammer,
That wasn't all of it? That wasn't all of it. Okay, double checking here. You've got Tickle. There's a Cling as well. That would be the last one. Okay, so where's this?
Luca tied a small fishing with a. In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little shit.
So when is my chance to do this then? Okay, to this whole thing then, huh?
As the glowing windows of the old.
dead body again, apparently. This is all just autopilot here. So, did they kill him by, like, hyper-aging him or just all regular? Because there's a lot of, like, green glow coming out of there. And smeared all over that.
The boy sat petrified under the weight of the bag. Rollo felt he snapped off a tag. Rollo helped.
Witches, too.
Lucas sat in 15:35. Screw it, Luca. Nothing. No sign of time to halt. Luca clamored. He was up behind. He wouldn't throwing. Chapter 5.
Also, that finding of a dead body is on the canon path.
Grant, she let.
I still think impersonating your own, like, dead mother to not let your kid know that you got hyperage is just kind of screwy in general.
Luca was desperate until.
Especially when you're, like, reupholstering your furniture to, like, sell it.
Luca was desperate until Gran returned.
Oh, right.
An eerie
Sound design is also, like, very good, honestly. With all the,
Luca's mouth.
subtly building music and
Luca could
little background noises. Okay. I know there's this path to nowhere. Right, this gave a keyword and I was kind of surprised because, like, I wasn't even in the room. Secret little word.
Whenever Luca saw his, it reminded him. Luca wrapped some tape around the hook. Hey, you never know.
Should be that. I'm just curious. Does that change the ending at all?
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change.
I'm guessing not, but you know. Come this far.
His body and
Babality. Kind of a big cast this game has.
She looks to her brother.
Well, actually, it was kind of a like beefy, chunky game by the end too.
With a shake of her head.
Well, the scale seemed very small.
Epilogue. Beacon Pond folks share the news. After every chill, they kindled and spring. And as his mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
Okay, so speedrunning the epilogue. Got time to talk to nobody. On the way out. Sorry. Did I change there? Okay. I am going to the treehouse, aren't I? Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be a whole thing, isn't it? It's very possible, even likely, that both of those are just for like a little sweet little closure thing.
I think this is the end. Honestly, but then you came. I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's funny now that it's just.
Is all stand so far? Okay, last chance to mention fishing. voice from the grave. You never visited me at all. Nope, no little extra thing there. Credits again? Yeah. Okay. But that's my little 100% thing. And that's also going to be the end of the stream, I'm fairly sure, because holy cow, I really got sucked into that one. So let's see. Looking back over things. I didn't get around to Battletech. I'm way too tired to do it now. I'll have to wait until the next Pass to the Bees. It's a really good game. I was expecting to spend most of the stream playing it because I'd get sucked into it, but instead I got sucked into Beacon Pines for 6 hours. Which, like, yeah, again, like, I was this close to just skipping it, but, like, that was worth it. That was definitely worth it. That was a good, cute little game. And again, structurally really well handled. Black Desert Online, character creation less involved than I was expecting it to be. Just lots of little tiny micro tweaks. And then, just a kind of baffling UI. Bleed 2 kind of seems like an okay, like, very should be on a flash site run and gun, but the control scheme, I just can't get used to that. Block Story sure isn't Minecraft or good. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, I could have spent a lot more time playing. I need to play the game that it's, you know, let's say based on at some point properly, but yeah, good. Did not get to that. Did not get to that. Breath of Death 7, I do not much care for. So yeah, less games played than I expected to. But still, it was a surprisingly good week. Yeah, again, this basically turned into a Beacon Pines stream. Hope you enjoyed it. I was pretty charmed overall, although again, the narration towards the start really just a little too saccharine when nothing is going on plot-wise yet.